Hi everybody, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I want to explain the architecture, the basic architecture of these technologies that we'll be working with. So basically chatbots under normal circumstances would be including some different social media platforms that we know, which include WhatsApp, Telegram, right, or TG, SMSs. It's not a social platform, but it can be used as a chatbot. There is also Messenger from Facebook, and you can have some chat platforms, basic chat platforms from any company that is connected on their website. And then from there, we connect to a platform, right? Our backend, which might be Django or Flask. In this course, we will be using Django, both Django and Flask. So that will be how the connection will be working. Because we are in this course focused on WhatsApp, so we will be using Twilio because Twilio is the platform that hosts WhatsApp APIs. And then we'll have WhatsApp APIs here, right? WhatsApp Business API. So the connection will be sort of like this. And then we go to our chatbots, but we are currently focusing on WhatsApp right now. Right. And then in between Twilio and our Django or Flask, we have ngrok. So ngrok provides more like a tunnel that connects between. So you have your platform here, probably with port 5000 and this one with port 8000. So what basically happens is that ngrok will create an IP address here, right? And the IP address will be with the port extension, port 5000 or port 8000, which means it will be able to point Twilio to the backend that we need via the IP address and the port that we want. And then next will be if for some reason the application needs a database, we can use some in-memory DB, or you can use a fully fledged database. But in this case, we'll be using SQL Alchemy database for most of the projects that we'll be working with here. And then we have third-party APIs, which will include OpenAI, right? Which will be here. And then we have ChatPDF, right? Which will all be connecting to our backend, either Flask or Django. And then we have Stability API. Stability AI API that will be used for generating photos or improving photos via WhatsApp. So this is the basic architecture of our projects. So you'll realize that we might use at some point, we might use WhatsApp and Flask, Twilio APIs, ngrok, and ChatPDF, or sometimes OpenAI or Stability, or even OpenAI and Stability together. It'll be depending on the kind of project that we'll be working with. But we might have different technologies, different combinations of technologies working together. I hope this is clear. See you in the next lesson. I am going to break down the key terminologies that we are going to be using. So we have AI, LLM, GPT-3, and ChatGPT. So these are key terms and current buzzwords globally. I guess you do know, you have heard most of these words. So what I'm just going to do is to break them to bring to understanding. So artificial intelligence, which is basically AI, has been rapidly evolving over the past years and has become a hot topic in various fields. AI refers to the ability of machines to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, like reasoning, learning, and problem solving. So maybe I gotta put these three down. So there's reasoning, there's learning, and then there is problem solving. One of the most notable recent developments in artificial intelligence has been the development of LLMs, which is large language models, such as GPT and ChatGPT. So from there, we come to here where we'll talk about LLMs. So a large language model is an artificial intelligence system designed to understand and generate natural language text. So that is very critical. Generate natural language text. It uses machine learning algorithms, typically based on deep neural networks, to analyze and model patterns in language data. So the goal of the LLM is to be able to generate text that is fluent, right, and coherent, right? We're talking about being fluent and coherent. It has to make sense, right? Coherent. Similar to how a human being would write or speak. These models, typically trained on vast amount of text data such as books, articles, and websites, can learn to understand language at a very sophisticated level. Large language models are used in a wide range of applications such as chatbots, like the ones that will be doing, like the ones that we'll be doing in most of these projects, as well as virtual assistants, language translation, text summarization, content generation, and we'll be doing all those projects. All right. And some of the examples include OpenAI's ChatGPT 3, Google has BET, and Facebook has Rebecca. And then from there, from the LLMs, so that's where we come to GPT 3, as well as ChatGPT. All right, so GPT 3 is generative pre-trained transformer 3. It's a powerful language model developed by OpenAI, that can generate human-like responses to natural language prompts. So you send your prompt and then it responds to that prompt. So usually the response is determined by how you create your prompt. It has been trained on enormous corpus of text data and has the ability to complete tasks such as language translation, question answering, and even generating creative writing. So we'll be doing some projects in most of those using the chatbots and WhatsApp API. And then lastly, it's ChatGPT. Okay, so this is the major thing that we'll be dealing with, the major technology. So ChatGPT 3 is a variant of GPT that has been specifically trained on conversational data. Right, so you can converse with it, you can have a conversation with it. It can engage in natural language conversations with users, providing intelligent responses that can simulate human-like interactions. With its ability to understand natural language and respond to in a conversational manner, ChatGPT is a powerful tool for developing conversational AI applications such as chatbots and virtual assistants. So yeah, maybe I should get into one of the key terms is prompt engineering, right? It's also a key buzzword. So it's a prompt is a specific question or statement that you give to a machine to get a response. So giving a task to a computer, asking it to complete it for you. For example, you might give a prompt to a machine that asks what is the capital of France, and then the machine will respond with Paris. So in the context of artificial intelligence, prompts are used to help machines to learn and understand specific tasks. For instance, if you want a machine to learn how to answer math problems, you can give it prompt and you can give it prompts that contain math questions and their answers. So the machine will then use these prompts to learn how to answer math problems on its own. So for example, in developing an educational platform, prompts can be used to help machines understand how to provide personalized learning experiences for each user by giving the machine prompts that contain information about a user's learning preferences and level of knowledge. The machine can generate responses that are tailored to that user's needs. Prompt engineering is a technique used to fine-tune the performance of language models like GPT-3 and ChatGPT to specific tasks. So it involves creating a set of prompts that the model is trained on, which can help improve its accuracy and performance for that particular task. By leveraging the power of GPT-3 and ChatGPT through prompt engineering, we can develop intelligent educational platforms that provide personalized learning experiences for users. So that's about it for this lesson on keywords. See. Hi everybody, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, I am going to show you how basically these technologies are related. So with me here is a WhatsApp that I have just opened. This chatbot actually does two things. The first is that it queries an API to ask for the latest Bitcoin price. And the second thing it does is that it also queries ChatGPT about converting the same price of Bitcoin dollars into South African rands, and then also gives some advice on this market sentiment of Bitcoin. So I am going to be running it. So I'm going to say hi and let's see the response. So the menu has welcome, my name is new bot. Number one on the menu, check Bitcoin price. Number two is consult ChatGPT. So we're going to type one, and then it tells us Bitcoin price at Kraken. So Bitcoin price at Kraken, which is an altcoin or Bitcoin exchange, is $43,641.70. And then we're going to type 2. So this might take a bit of time because it's actually creating ChatGPT, but here it is. The current exchange rate of 1 Bitcoin to South African rand can vary depending on the exchange platform. As in I don't have this. Regarding sentiment, it is influenced by various factors that can change rapidly. It is always recommended to do some research. Let's do it again and see if we get a different answer. Right, perfect. That's a better answer now. The current exchange rate is actually using 1 as to $14.72. I think 14 rand 72. I think this is an old one. It should be around 18, 19 rands per $1. So it's actually, according to this rating, it's 643,000 rands 118. And then regarding Bitcoin sentiment, I cannot provide real-time sentiment analysis. The sentiment in cryptocurrency market is influenced by different. It is advisable analysts use online platforms to own blah, 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 blah. Let's do it for the last time. So all these answers are determined by the type of prompt that we made. So let's see what's going to happen. Let's see our code. So it gave almost the same answer. So let's go to our code and see how this works. So, but before we go to our code, this is the package that I'm using. It's called CCXT. So it's a JavaScript, TypeScript, Python, C#, PHP cryptocurrency trading API that supports over 100 Bitcoin and altcoin exchanges. So interesting. So this is where you can find CCXT. There's a lot you can do. I actually have a tutorial on creating Bitcoin chatbots, which does a whole lot more of these functionalities. And this is obviously Twilio, where we get a webhook that will help us to have access to the WhatsApp Business API. So let's put that aside and let's look into our code. So the code is already typed, and I'm just going to explain this code, but it is also available. You can download it and modify it. This is a Django chatbot. So I had already created this. This is the main app, which is CTA bot tutorial. So chatbot tutorial. And then these are the views. So I had created a small app, not small, I created a Django app called WhatsApp. And from the views, we can see from Django HTTP import HTTP response. All right, and then these are our views, and I'm going to try and explain each and every line of code. So from Django HTTP, we import the response and then import CCXT. This is the package I just mentioned. And then we have to import the CSRF exempt decorator, which will help us to exempt when we receive the post request using WhatsApp API. And then we import our OpenAI. We import a package called emoji, and lastly Twilio, because we need this message response, which actually helps us to receive and send messages to Twilio. So the first thing we do is to create an object from Kraken, and the object and then is created from Kraken class, which is Kraken Exchange. So the Kraken object has a lot of methods and attributes that it can be used for, but the most important right now will be the one that queries the Bitcoin price. So this API key is for OpenAI. For Kraken, you don't need an API key. And we create an object or an instance for the OpenAI package that we'll be using to work in our project. So we create a variable called Bitcoin price, which will give us the Bitcoin price. So it's kraken.fetch ticker. BTC USD is the currency pair that we want, and then close always gives us the last price. And then we start our main function, and we call this function index, and then we put a CSRF exempt because there is always this CSRF package within Django. So we need to exempt this function because we will be receiving some request from Twilio. So if our request method is post, then we create an incoming message variable that will hold the body, only the body within the whole payload. We just want the body, which is the information that is coming from Twilio or from the user. So we will use this lower function to keep our code in small caps because we need it to be able to read here. So if it might be different caps from the user, then it might give us some problem. And then we create this variable called message, which I don't think was used in this code, but it helps us to split the body or the message that we get so that we're able to manipulate it within our code. We then create an instance from the messaging response that we'll use to send messages, and then we create another instance or object that we'll be using to send messages. And then this responded equals false is actually more like checks and balance to see whether there's been a response within the app or no. So now we move on to say if we receive hi in the body of the incoming message in the post, then it has to respond with the menu. We only use emojis because we can use some emojis within our menu that will just make our menu much better. So we can use that package called emoji. And then we have this msg.body, which carries the reply, and then we check whether there's been a response or not, but the responded should be true. And then the next thing is if incoming message is equals to 1, you remember we typed 1, we will get the Bitcoin price, right? Which is actually here. So we'll say in our reply, we get the Bitcoin price in a variable called reply. We put it in the message body and then we send back. And then the second thing is if we get a 2, then we will send a message straight to GPT 3.5 table and say, this is our prompt. Can you convert the current price of 1 Bitcoin, which carries the Bitcoin price, which is the current Bitcoin price, to the current South African rand rate? And remember, part of GPT-3 does not have access to the web, like directly real time. So only GPT-4 does so, if I'm not mistaken, to the current South African rate. So it does not have access, so that's why it's using an old rate. And then also advise on the Bitcoin market sentiment. And then we get our response. We just want the content part of it. And then we send this as a string back to the user. But if then, like we said, responded is equals to true, if there is no response from 1, 2, then we have to say, please send hi for a menu. And then the last thing we want to do is to return a response in the REST object. So this is our code. 62 lines of code. You can create an interesting chatbot. So this is basically how chatbots work. And in our project, we'll be using Django and Flask. And some of the code will be repeated, especially the Twilio one, to be able to relate with the WhatsApp, either in Flask or in Django. But this is how basically they work. I hope you are enjoying this. See you in the next lesson. Hi everybody, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we are doing a customer service chatbot. So this chatbot basically answers questions about a company, right? And what we are doing is we have our WhatsApp here, okay? And we have our Flask application here, or the server, right? And the Flask application is getting information from a PDF hosted somewhere. So this is an FAQ PDF, right? And obviously we always have our Twilio and our ngrok somewhere, right, to help with the connection. So this is basically our app. So we are going to be using an API from ChatPDF. All right, ChatPDF. So basically, there's a relationship between ChatPDF APIs, right? Yeah, so we'll be basically using ChatPDF to be able to read the PDF, and then the Flask will answer the questions. So yeah, that's our customer service chatbot using AI to answer questions to the client. So let's get our hands dirty. Let's get started. So let's talk about ChatPDF. So ChatPDF, this is the website for ChatPDF, where you can actually go there and upload your PDF. So I'm going to upload my PDF, which I created. So I created an imaginary company called WiseSure. I don't know if anywhere else in the world there's that company, but right now in this project, it's imaginary. So you can ask and you can ask questions and it can answer questions for you, from the PDF, just like this, right? You are relating with it, with the PDF, right? And what we basically want to do is to take this functionality, put it in a WhatsApp application. What we want to do is to take this functionality, right, and put it in the WhatsApp application, right? And the user will be making some questions to this application, and the AI will be getting information from this imaginary PDF or imaginary company FAQ for customer service. So just like this is what we're going to replicate in our application, right? So this is our Twilio where we shall put in our information and change this. And this is the WiseSure customer service PDF. So I just generated this with ChatGPT. This question, this is an imaginary company. If it exists, my apologies. And so we're gonna start our application. So this application is very small. It's actually less than 50 lines of code, right? Way less than 50 lines of code, but it will produce the functionality that we want, right? So we're going to put in Twilio, right? We need Twilio, pip install Twilio, and yeah, and we also need request. So we're gonna make a request to the API. So while it's installing, let's put in this request. We have to import this request from Flask as well. So this request from Flask is the one that works for the Flask application, the Flask itself making request for any HTTP request that it wants to do. And then we have this request, right? Another separate package that we'll be using. Oh, it's actually there, so no need to install it. I think it came with Twilio, right? Which is perfectly fine. So our Flask app is already installed. Let me enlarge the font, right, to 22. So our application has been created, and so let's start with headers, okay, for our API, right? And then we're gonna do this. So this is basically the headers that will be carried with the request to chat PDF. API key, right? And you can get a free API key from Chat PDF if you want to do some test and see how it works. So this is my API, right? And then we're gonna have the next thing is content type, right? I hope you really understand what this is all about. All right, application JSON. So we're done on that part. And the next thing we want to do is now to start creating our application. So we're gonna say app.route, okay? And this is basically we're gonna keep an empty route, right? And then we're gonna say the methods. Methods equals to post, right? So we'll be receiving a post, and then the name of our application is let's just say chatbot, right? Yeah. So obviously we have our usual things that we need. Did we import? We didn't import Flask. Sorry, we didn't import Twilio. So from Twilio.twymal.message response import message response. So we're going to create the message response here, object, right? And then we have the MSG that we'll be using to send the object that we'll be using to send the messages. So it's res, right, dot message, right? So we are almost done. Not a very big application. So we're gonna have incoming message. So this is where we will be receiving the incoming message or the message from the post. So I'm gonna call MSG. So this is coming from the request, right? Dot values dot get. So we basically want to get the body of the request. That's the post request. So we're just going to get the body, right? And then we need to keep to convert them to be lower, whatever text or message we receive. And so now we have to, because we are going to be accessing the PDF. So if you check on my browser here, I'm hosting the PDF somewhere here, right? So I'm going to copy this link and I'm going to say ebook here equal to, we're going to create a dictionary with URL as the key, and then we're going to put this here, right? Ebook. And then the next thing we're going to do is to have a URL. So this is the URL we make requests together with the PDF. Okay, when we are talking to chat PDF. So I'm going to copy that URL from chat PDF itself, and then I'm going to paste it here, right? What's the next thing? So we're going to create a response variable, which will be using to make a request, right? So we're now using our request object. So I hope you are noting that this request is actually within Flask itself, and then this request is from the package we imported here. So it's going to make a post request, right? And you can see it carries a lot of different keyword arguments that you can send to a certain URL, and in this case is the chat PDF URL. So we're gonna have a URL that I'm gonna put here from chat PDF, right? This is the URL, and then together we're gonna add headers, right? And we already have our headers on top that we have. I'm going to minimize this. So remember our headers here carry the content type and the API and the API key, and then carry a JSON with the ebook. So this is a complete request going to chat PDF, right? So we also need to create another object, right, which carries data. We're going to call this data actually, right? And it's going to carry, it's more like a dictionary, or you can call it a JSON, carrying certain values that are required by chat PDF. So the first one is stream. You make it true, right? Where all this will be the information that is required by the AI to know how to relate with the user. And then we're going to say source ID. So source ID is basically the ID where we will find the PDF once it's on the server or on chat PDF. So this one, source ID, we're going to have from the response dot JSON, right? And then we need to pick the source ID, right? And then we have our source ID, and then the next thing, put in a comma, the next thing is the messages, right? So this is what is going to be used by the AI to get the input and know what to do with it. So we're basically going to create a list, and we're going to say row The role is going to be user, right? And the next thing is content. It's going to be the incoming message, right? So on that part, we're already done. And the next thing is that we're going to have another response. I don't think it's good to be using two responses in the same application, but that's obviously it will replace everything that is in that. So what am I going to do here? What am I going to do? We're going to have response, and we're going to say request, right? And then say dot post, right? So in here, we're going to put in different values. We're going to take the URL. We're going to put the JSON, which is going to carry that data, right? And we're going to put in the headers, which will be carrying the headers. And then we're going to say stream equals to true, right? And then we're almost done. The last thing we're going to do here is MSG body, right? And then we're going to put this in the response in a string and say here we're taking the response itself, right? And then what we need from the response is a text. We need it to return text, to give us a text actually. So we're going to say resp object, right? The resp object is responsible for sending the message. So I'm going to put this up here. So basically our application is done. I'm going to minimize the code so you can actually see this in less than 50 lines. So let's test our application and see how it's going to be working. So I'm going to say run on Flask, right? Now the next thing we're going to do is to let's check on ngrok, right? We have to copy and paste ngrok into that application. Let's run our ngrok. So by now you should be able to know how ngrok rocks, right? HTTP 5000. And then we have to go to our browser. So I'm going to keep ngrok here so that we can see whether our requests are passing through. And I'm going to go to the browser, right? Here is our browser, and I want to paste the right. I'm going to paste this here from the URL from ngrok, and then the next thing is going here and say hi, right? Let's see if we get a response. There is a response. Hello, how can I assist you today? Tell me about WiseSure. Perfect. WiseSure is a leading provider insurance solutions dedicated to protecting what matters to our customers and commitment. So already you can see that the AI is picking from that. So let's get some questions. How do I file an insurance claim? Perfect. You can file an insurance claim, blah, 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 and it's taking the information from here. And how do I contact customer support assistant? Right? Yeah, so you can see the requests are pushing through. Right, so you can contact our customer via email support. I think we can do the last question. How are premiums calculated? Maybe the last two questions. This is the first one. While it's answering, let's get another one. How does WiseSure contribute to the community? And we already got our answer. Premiums are calculated based on various factors, including your personal details, blah, 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 blah. And the last question, how does White Shoe contribute to the community? Right? Is White Shoe community engagement, blah, 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 for more. So, you know that when you're dealing with AI, everything hinges on the kind of prompting that you're going to have. So, you can have some custom prompts here, right, on your content, and then you can have a custom prompt here and tell what you want the AI to do. But I'm not going to do that. We already done with our time here. This is our application already done, small as it is. But obviously, if you want to go corporate, you have to modify and improve it and increase it. If you're going to do this for your company, or whether you want to do it as an entrepreneur, but that's it. You can modify and grow this application from here. And see you in the next lesson. Hi, everybody. Welcome to this lesson. And in this lesson, we're going to do an interesting project, which is a trivia game using GPT 3.5 as well as WhatsApp and Flask. So this is a project that's going to take way less than 100 lines, but we're going to create a very, very interesting program. So I've already set up my project on Python, and everything is already set up. My ngrok, the templates, and the static folders, they're there, but we definitely never going to be using that. So, all right, my environment is WizWallet, which I used when I was creating another project. So pretty much all the things that I need are already in there. So that's OpenAI, that's Twilio, that's the Flask package itself, which by default is installed by Python. So the first thing we want to do is to say from OpenAI. Okay, let's start with Flask itself. Import Flask, import request. And then the other thing that is interesting that we're going to be using is session, because we are going to be sort of like communicating with the chatbot, and it'll be asking us some questions and we'll be giving back the answers. So there's sort of some communication happening there, and we need to use sessions. So I'll explain more when we come to sessions on how they will be working. The next thing is from OpenAI, import the OpenAI class. Right. Then I need to correct this. Done. As well as OpenAI. Right. Done. The next thing we want to import is Twilio. Right. Twilio always be imported. YML, message response class. So let's then create our app, right, which is basically the project that we are working with, the Flask web application itself. So it's created via that instance or object. The next thing we want to do is to have the API key. So after that, then we create the client. So basically an object or instance that we'll be using when communicating with the GPT 3.5 model. So this is using the OpenAI class. So if you did your inheritance very well, you'll understand what is happening there, right? So this is the API key, right? So we're done here. And now let's get down into our app. So we're going to use the app.route, which is basically a decorator that binds a function to a URL. So we're going to say method because we want to be receiving request, right? So we're going to call these methods. We're going to call these post. So I need to correct something here, right? It's not a full stop, it's a comma, right? Perfect. And then we have to name our function. We start the function. So we're going to call this function WhatsApp. Not much of a big deal, right? And whenever a request is made, so information is coming through, it's a post request. So we want to capture the information that we need from the request itself. So from our ng request, you can see that when a post request comes, it's coming from Twilio. It's a payload that is carrying all this information: account, SID, API version, the body, from, message, num media, profile name, and what is most important to us is the body, which is this one I was using to create another project, Mentor Me. So you can see that advice mentor, this was the keyword advice, mentor me for a Django interview. This is the request that is coming from the user itself. So we have to select this body, we have to separate it from the whole payload so that we are able to use it in our project. Other things that are also important is from, you can see this is the number from which the message is coming from. We can always split and separate the number from this, right? And then num media is we want to check if there's an image. So I explained this in Pictofy, which is another project where we'll be using images in our chatbot. And then profile name, there's a dot because on my profile on WhatsApp, it's actually just a dot. So you can use any information that you need in this request. So I just wanted to illustrate how this whole thing comes as a post. So we want to say incoming message, right? We just want to separate the body from there, right? So we're going to say the request dot values dot get. So we just want to get body, the body part of the request, no pun intended, right? Then we have the resp object that we create from the messaging response from Twilio. So we are working on our response from this Flask app back to the user. And then we have this MSG variable, which is actually a product of the REST object to send the message back, right? So we are done with the first declarations that are important for our app. Now we want to start getting deeper. So if a message is coming in from the user, say if incoming message is equals to start. So we're going to ask the user to just say start. And when the user says start, the game begins. We are going to say a response message, right? Or the response message variable is getting information from the start game function. So we are going to create that function right now. So I'm going to say pause here. Not sure if it works, but we're going to go down a bit. Let me just go down here to create full space. So we're going to create that function to start a game. So we're going to call this start game function, right? And the start games function does not take up anything. It just says question. Then it says generate question. So this one also calls another function, right? And then we want to hold this in a session and say session current question. Okay. So we want to be able to keep the question and we want to use this session to match the answer of the user and the question itself. So you're going to see how this is going to work out. So we're going to say current question. and we're going to say equals to question, right? And then our small function returns question, right? So we're done on this one. The next thing we want to do is to create the function that generates the question. So we're going to say, so the reason why I am separating all these things is for the project to be clear, and you can always play around with it and format it or refactor the code, make it even much smaller, playing around with the functions. So the code will be available on the tutorial or on the lesson itself. So we're going to say generate question. Right. That's the name of the function. So it has a prompt, right? It has a prompt that we're going to create. So we're basically telling so this prompt is going to go to the GPT 3.5 model and say, and tell the model generate a trivia question, right? That's all we need from this one. And then we'll capture our response, right? And say equals to, we're going to have another function. So we're going to call this GPT request, right? This is the function that will be doing all the work in detecting the prompt. And we're going to have another variable called question, which is equals to the response, but this may not be necessary anyway. We can just return the response, right? Yeah, we can just return the response. We can just return response. So that function is done, and then now let's create the real function, right? And this one takes a prompt as an argument, right? Oh, how did I forget to write the keyword def to declare this as a function? Let's take it up a bit. So we're going to say completions. So this is obviously from the API, from OpenAI. Completions. We have already created our client. We're going to say chart. We use chart here. Then comes completions. Then dot create. Right. So the first thing we want to do is to declare our model. So I'm going to copy and paste that from ChatGPT. Sorry, from the OpenAI documentation. So we have this model, right? And then the next thing is messages. So now we are instructing what we expect the model to return us. So the first thing we want to do is to do a role, right? And then you'll say system, right? Then the next thing we want to do is to say content. So this is more like key value pairs, a dictionary, or you could call it a JSON file. They're pretty much the same thing, but here we're going to say you are a helpful assistant. So let's just use plain. I'm going to put this down, minimize this so that we could have more space. Let's just say helpful assistant. We can always modify this later on to tweak this and get the kind of response that we want. So we're going to say user here, content, and our content here is just the prompt, right? I forgot to put a comma here. So we are moving on so well. And what do we return? What do we return is a response, right? So we're going to have completions. We're going to say dot choices. So on the choices, be it a list or whatever that is, but I pretty much think it's at least one, the first part of it, which is what we're going to index here. And then we have the message. And then last on the message, we have the content, right? So we are going to return the response. So this function is done, and I think there is something down there. No, it's not there. I cleaned up the whole thing. This is very important when we are running Flask. So we're going to say name, down the name equals to gender main, right? So up dots run debug equals to true, right? Perfect. So much of our app is already done here. And so the next thing we're going to do here is to continue with our application. So we say that if incoming message is start with, we get that response. And the next thing we want to do is our if incoming message, right? Now, the incoming message we want to say start with, right? Because whenever a user gives a response, we want them to say answer, and then they give their response, right? And then so we're going to hold the user answer in a variable called user answer. So this is incoming dot split. So we just want to be able to split this, and we're going to use the space in between because the user is going to say answer. Maybe the question is, what is the largest planet in the universe? So the response will be answer Pluto, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, whatever they're going to answer. But we need to separate between that answer keyword and everything that follows thereafter. So that's what we are basically doing here. And we'll get, because it's going to split once, we'll get this. The second thing, so it's supposed to be 1 when we are indexing here. So the next thing is correct answer, right? Correct answer. We want to hold the correct answer in a variable called correct answer. So we're going to have another function called get correct answer, right? And session, right? So this function will basically, I'm making a mistake here. So it's supposed to be get correct answer. Then we have the user answer, and then we're going to have session. So what is basically going to happen is that this function will take the answer that the user would have given, as well as the question that was previously asked by GPT-3 model, and then it evaluates, and it's still the GPT-3 model that will evaluate both to see whether that's a correct answer or it's a false answer. So we're gonna have this, and then it gives a response, right? So this is session. So we have to create this function. So we're gonna put it somewhere below here or somewhere here. Def keyword, right? So this one is going to take 2 things. The first thing is the user answer, right? And the second thing is the question, right? So let's just call it the previous question, right? those are the two parameters our function will take. And then once that takes, we create these prompts, which we are going to say a function. We're going to tell GPT-3 model that given the previous question, or let's just say given the question, right? Or maybe it has to know previous question, because here, previous question, and then we are going to put this variable or that argument, previous question, right? And we're going to say, because we want to put this more like on a list or on the next line actually, user answer, right? Let me put some space here, right? And then we're going to say user answer, right? So let's just say here, next line as well, what is the correct answer? So basically the model will evaluate both of them, right? So I think we need to go down somewhere here, right? So that everything fits in our screen. So we're gonna go down a bit now and say we're gonna get a response. The response equals to get GPT request. So we're going to use the same function here, the GPT request. So we're going to say response, then GPT request, because that's the function for making requests to the model. So we're going to use prompt. We're going to use the same prompt, right? And then we say, we may call this just to be more direct so that the next person may understand this, right? We're going to call this correct answer, and then we're going to return correct answer, right? So this function, this small function is done, right? So the next thing we want to do is to continue on here. So now we can get a correct answer from the model. What's the next thing? We also want to have next question. The reason why we are holding this now in this variable is because we want to send the next question. After we get a correct answer, we then send another question to the user. So we're going to have generate question as well, right? Then we're going to say session. So I'm going to put this, I'm just going to copy and paste this because I don't want to repeat typing this whole thing. Then I'm going to say next question. So now in our response to the user, which is response MSG, we want to show the user the answer, and then we want to show them the next question, right? So we're going to say correct answer right here, right? Correct answer right here. So I'm going to go down here because what I want is to have, let's do this next line, right? So we're going to have this here, not the correct one. What's happening here? Because it's supposed to turn purple. Oh, it's the line first n, right? What a simple error. And then we're going to say next question here, right? Then once we're done, we close this. So this is the response when the user sends an answer. Right, then we're going to say else. If we don't get a response from all that, we're going to tell the user response msg, going to say invalid command send start to start game, or answer. Let me put this in single quotes. So we're going to say answer, and then we say your answer, so that they can understand how to send their answer to answer questions, right? This sounds weird, but we have to finish the program. msg.body. So now we capture our response. We're going to send the response msg, and then lastly, from our function, we return a string in RESP object. Right. Done. So our application seems to be done now. I'm going to minimize it so that we can have a look at it and see everything. Right. So we have get GPT request function, get correct answer, generate question, start game. These will be called right here. Right. It's ready to test. Right. So I already have my things set up. Right. So I'm going to bring this folder. My ngrok is already here. So I'm going to say ngrok http 5000 because that's the default port for Flask. I hope you now know that now. So already done. I'm going to bring my browser, and we have to change here. Right. We have to change here and update. Remember, this helps Twilio to be directed or to be channeled to our application on my local host. All right, I need to register this name. So we're going to copy this, join managed cowboy, and paste it here. So we have to put the join. Right. So I'm going to say hi. So that's how you basically register your number on Twilio Sandbox. So it's saying bed gateway. That's 5000 port. What do we have here? We just have a /. So let me add that / here. That most probably could be the reason for that error. Oh, 502 bed gateway. What could be the problem? Oh, did I run the app? We haven't run the app. That's why. So run Flask. That probably could be the reason why. So I'm going to say hi here. Perfect. Please send start. I'm going to say start. Oh, all right. So there's a problem somewhere. Internal error. The session is unavailable because no secret was set. Okay, so for our session to be accessed, we need to create a secret key. So I'm going to import secrets, right? Much easier to work with, right? And I'm going to say up. Let me just put it closer here because I'm going to say up dot secret key. I'm going to say secrets dot token hex. Let's just put 16 here, right? And let's put some space, and let's rerun our application. Perfect. Usual setup. We're going to start from the top again and say hi, right? And then we're going to say start. You either returned none or ended the statement with nothing, so there was no response. The view function for WhatsApp did not return a valid response. The function either returned none or ended without a return statement. So there's something wrong with this function. All right, so do you see what the problem is? This one, we're supposed to be out here, so let me put some space. All right, that's why it's having a problem. Let's run this again, and let's put this one here and say hi, start. Perfect. We should be getting. So here is trivial question. What is the capital of Australia? I think it's Sydney. So I'm going to say answer Sydney. Perfect. Oh, Canberra. Really? The only city I know from Australia is Sydney. What is the smallest planet in our solar system? This should be Pluto, I guess. Right, the smallest planet is actually Mercury. Pluto was reclassified as 12th planet in 2006. So this is a very important function that we are reusing in the program, so we get the correct answer. So you can add other functionalities as well to this. For example, you can say when a user gets the correct answer, they get +1 point. If they get it wrong, minus, or they just get a 0. And that means you're going to have to be adding a database to this. So we don't have time to do all that. Our lesson is already done, but I'm just giving you some ideas that you can play around with this so that you can get more experience or even enjoy creating this. So I'm going to put that in our lesson and say that will be your exercise. So this lesson is done. See you in the next lesson. Hi everybody, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we are creating a project called Pictofy. Pictofy is just a simple chatbot whereby someone can upload an image and that image can be upscaled, which means it can be increased in terms of its size. That's number one. The size remain in terms of the dimensions. So if you have a 600 by 600 image, it can be scaled up to 1800 or whatever, 1024, whatever dimensions that you set for this on this chatbot. The second thing is that you can create an image. So in this tutorial or in this lesson, we are working with Stability AI, Twilio for WhatsApp, and Flask. I have already set up my project using Flask on my favorite IDE, which is Python, and so we're going to get started. The first thing we're going to do is to import OS, right? Because we will be accessing the files on the local host. So this is not on the web server, it's just the local host. And then we import base64. Base64 is a module that we will use to convert images from a certain format to another format. And then we import Flask, which is the Flask class, as well as request, which we're going to use to make some HTTP request. And this is Flask based request. The next thing we want to do is to import Twilio. So I'm not sure, I have not yet installed Twilio. So I am going to install Twilio right now, as well as install OpenAI, because we'll also be, no, not OpenAI. Don't need OpenAI for this, so I'm going to install Twilio and Pillow. Install Twilio and Pillow. So Pillow is a module that works with images for Python. Those are the two most critical ones we have to install. If we need anything else, we can always install it, but for now we just need these two. So I always know what this module is all about, so I'm just installing it. I'm just importing it even though it hasn't finished installing. So I'm just importing the Twilio message response class. Alright, so the next thing we're going to install as well is Pillar. So from PIL import image. Right, so this is still installing and still indexing. And then we're going to import UUID, and then the last thing we want to do is to import IO. So this is so far. If we need anything else, we can always install it with time. I'm not sure, I think I made a mistake somewhere. Message response, there's an underscore. Right, perfect. So the app is already created with this instance called app, and the next thing we want to do is to add the config files for our folder, because the users are going to be sending in some image. They need to be saved in certain folders, as well as the images that we will be creating will also be saved in folders. So we really need access to these folders. So the upload folder, folder, for this case is upload, right? And then we will be using Stability AI. So let me just open Stability AI on the browser, and I'm going to show you how. Alright, so here is the website for Stability AI. So Stability AI is an AI company that deals with models. I think one of the most popular ones is Stable Diffusion, whereby you can create images by making some requests, videos, audios. But in this case, we are going to be using the API. This is the API we'll be using, and we'll be on video on generation, actually version 1 generation. So two things we're going to do is text to image API, which will allow us to create images, and upscale, which will allow us to improve the width or the height of an image, as well as it will be improved a bit in terms of its quality. So we're going to be working on that, and you definitely see the differences. So that's Stability AI for you. So when you register, they'll give you some credit, 25 here. Oh, I just logged out by mistake, but basically that's Stability AI for you, and they can give you some credit for a number of images that you can use. Let's continue with our code. So we are going to have API host as a variable that will be holding the API URL for Stability. So it's basically copying and pasting it. It's api.stability.ai. And the next thing we're going to do, because we'll be working with Twilio, so I'm going to copy and paste I'm going to copy and paste the CI and the account SID and the authorization token from Twilio. And then we create the Twilio client. We create the Twilio client basically from the client class. So it's going to be client. So in here we put in the account CD, SID, and the auth token. So we should create that client. We should import this. So from Twilio, yes. So it's from Twilio.rest import client. So we are done on that part. So the next thing we're going to do is to start our application. We have already started the application, but I mean the real thing. So we're going to have app.route, right? So this is a decorator that binds the URL to a function. So when someone visits this, they will definitely have access to this function, but this will be accessed by WhatsApp. So we're going to put a webhook in Twilio that will be able to access this. So just hold up a bit, you're going to see that happening in a minute. And then the thing we want to do is to have the methods. So the methods that we'll be using here is actually post method. So we'll be getting a request from outside coming through, and then we're going to call our function WhatsApp, right? The next thing we want to do is to create more like a response object that we're going to use, and this is coming from the message response from Twilio. And then we have this MSG again that we'll be using to send. So it will be created from the REST object. We're going to have message, right? And then the last thing we want to do is sender. So whenever a post request comes from WhatsApp, it comes as a payload with a lot of information, including what the message is, whether it's carrying an image, audio, or whatever. Where is it coming from? Which number sent that? So we're going to separate the number, or we're going to have a variable that holds the number. So this is going to be request.from.get. So from the payload, we are basically getting from part of it. So this is more like a dictionary key value pairs, or a JSON file with key value pairs. So we're going to separate the key from, which will give us the number from which that is coming from. So we're going to use that number to send back the image, or the link for the image to be that is modified, or a newly created image back to the user. Perfect. So the next thing we have to do is if media URL 0. So this is more like a keyword that is available, that will be carrying the image in the key value pairs. And so we want to check whether there is an image. So if there is an image in request.found, right, what we're going to do is to get the link of that media URL. Alright, so it's going to be request.found.get. So we're going to get the media URL 0. Right, we have to put the URL in caps. So it's media URL 0. Alright, so we're going to say get media, because we should be able to then convert the media into an image that we are receiving. So get media request dot get, because what we are getting is just a URL. So that URL, we want to then query the image, because the format comes as an XML, which will be difficult to convert into an image, or sometimes it gives some errors. So we're going to use the request to now get the image itself extracted from the XML or from the URL, the media URL. So we're going to say get, and then we'll put our media URL, right? And then because the image would actually require you to have some login details or some authorization, then we're going to use this authorization. So this is auth, right? And then we're going to use HTTP basic authorization, right? And then we put in our account SID from Twilio, and then we have the auth token. So I have to import this, very important, right? Perfect, it has been imported. So I'm gonna pull this down. So I think I need to increase the font size, right, and minimize this so that you can see what's happening here. Right, so it's get media. Right, so the next thing is we're going to have a variable called image data. Image data equals to get media URL dot content. So we are now able to separate this. So this one was supposed to be get media URL, I think. So dot get content. So we're able to separate. We now have our image, and then we have to convert our image now. So we're going to use image stream, right? Goes to IO dot bytes IO. Then we wrap in our image data variable, right? And so we now have our image now. So now the next thing we have to do, we need to serve that image onto our machine first, right, before it is worked on. And then so once it is served, then Stability API will be able to pick the same image, work on it, and put it back, or send the link to the user. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to say image path, or I'm going to say input image path equals to. So now we need this function called serve image random name. Why? Because we want to save the image with a random name, right? I'm going to set this. I don't know if it's going to work, but it might. So the next thing we're going to do is to create that function. We're going to say dev here. Right, so that function will take in a couple of things. First, it will take the sender, because we need the number of the sender, right? And then the next thing it's going to take is the image data, right? Because we need the image itself to be because we're downloading the image, or we're saving the image onto a certain folder. And then we need a file format in which we're going to save our image. So our image will be saved as a JPEG, right? Okay, what am I doing here? All right, so it wasn't indenting. Yes, perfectly fine. So let's work now. The first thing we want to do is to have a random name. we have to create a random name for the image. For the random name, we're going to use the UUID. struUUID dot, let's use the UUID for simplicity's sake. So this will be the random number, which will be the name of the image. And then image stream equals to io.bytes, right? And then we'll put our image data. Perfect. And then the next thing is image. We now have our image from, because we're not able to open it with dots on our machine. Open, and we're going to say image stream. So we're now using pillow to do that. Remember, we imported the pillow. From pillow we managed to import image class. So now pillow can allow you to get the image. We're using Python, right? So now the next thing we want to do is that when an image is served in the main folder, which is the uploads, we want a user to have their own space to save their own image. So we need to create the folder for the user using their phone number, right? So we're going to say username, then sender dot. So what we're going to do with this is that we're going to split, because every time the number comes, it comes written with WhatsApp. It's usually like this, plus, and then you have your number here. So we need to separate that, right? So we're going to separate that with the colon, and then because they are divided into two, we need the second part, which is the image. Remember, you're slicing in Python, and then we're going to say path here, which is equals to app uploads. Remember, we're using the uploads folder, and then here we then say username. So we're able to have that username. So if that folder is not there, then we need to create it. That's when we need our OS. Then it's the make OS path, right? os.path does not exist, right? We're checking if the path exists. Then I forgot to put column here, right? OS dot make theirs using the path, right? So if the folder is not there, then the folder is created. So now we're gonna have the variable called file path, which is os.path.join. So we're gonna join two things here. The first thing we're gonna put is the path variable, and then we're going to say f, and then use the random name, right? Random name, and then we say dot file format in here, file format. So basically we are able to save our image. We're going to say dot lower here, right? So this is perfect. Right, and then the last thing we want to do is to, not the last thing, but second from last, is to save the image, right? We save the image using the file path, and then we want to return the file path. That's what we want to return from this whole function. So the function is already done. Very, very perfect, very, very simple. Right, so we're going to go back up there and say random name. We have these things that we need there. So I think we only need two things, the sender and the image data. Format doesn't matter. Right. I think the best way is that I'm gonna keep these as keywords arguments, right? And image data, right? Perfect. So the next thing we're gonna do now is that we're gonna have the function, right, called upscaled, or the process image, because we want to process the image, right? So the image is now saved, but we need to work on the image. We want to upscale it, right? So we're going to say upscale image, right? And then we're going to have the function called process image, right? So let's create another function called process image. I'm going to put this bit up, right? Then we go down here, and then we say def process image. So for us to process our image, we need a few inputs. The first input is the sender, right? The second thing is the input image path, right? We need that path to access the file. And then I think this is the most important thing so far. We might put an output directory, but not necessary. Let's see if we need it. Let's see if we need it. Right. So we're going to say now access. The first thing we want to do is to create the variable called script path, which shows us the first folder we're going to be in, which is basically the application main environment folder here. It's Pictofi AI. So that's the first thing we're going to access. So it's os.path, right? .abs path, right? The underscore file. All right. Then I'm gonna say script directory, right? Or script there. Then that's os.path.directory name, which is the script path, right? And then now we have to have our input image path, right, which is equals to os.path. Now we are joining the script directory and the input image path. So now we have access to the image itself. So the next thing now is that now we want to put in our URL for Stability AI. So I'm just going to copy and paste from the API two things. So it's let me overwrite this. So it's the URL, which is API stability.ai. So this is the URL for upscaling the image with its headers and my API key. And then it shows you application JSON, which is basically the format in which there is communication with the server. And then the next thing is files, right, equals to, we're going to say image. I have to put this in quotes. So the image is that we're going to open, input image path, right, read, right, and then we close here. The next thing is data. So these are basically the attributes or the variables or the information that will be carried with the API. So what we just want to do here is we just want to increase the height of the image, right? So we're going to say height here. We're going to increase it to 1800 so we can significantly see what's happening. Then we create a variable which is called response, which will post a request to the URL, the Stability API URL. So I'm gonna say dot post, right? So the first thing we want to put is the URL, the Stability AI URL. Then we put in our headers. Let me use the keywords argument, and then we're gonna put in files. The last thing we're going to do is the data, how we want it modified, what kind of modification will be done to the image. It's just the increase in height. So we're gonna have data equals to response dot JSON. So you know that if you're going to have two variables in the same function, as the program will be going on, it will override. So obviously the function reads from top to bottom. The code is going to override. We have data here, and then it's going to override this data as well. So I might have to change this, but I'm not going to do so. For now, it doesn't matter. And then what we want to do is that once we hold the image, now the image is in the data, we want to be able to save the image in an output folder which belongs to the user as well. So we're gonna have a random name. We're gonna have random name for the user, and we're going to use the same thing, right? I'm going to use uuid dot for uuid for. So we're going to have to separate the user as well, the user number, so the username, which is basically the user's phone number. We're going to say sender. So you can as well do something when you have this program. You can go on to refactor the code. So instead of repeating random name, username, and everything, you can create a function that will be recalled within these functions and still produce the same results. So that will be your homework, right? So username, and then we create a path, right? And this time the path is coming from a folder that we're going to call output. So I'm gonna say in here, then we have our output folder, and then it's going to have the username, right? So in the output folder, we're gonna have the username. So let me just create this output folder in here. Directory, I'm going to call this. It's actually called out. So that's what we're gonna have. And then another folder that we need as well is the uploads, not a package. We just need the directory. So it's called uploads, right? So two important folders that we needed. Let's move on with our code. So the next thing we want to do is that if the path does not exist, create it. So I'm just gonna copy and paste it here, right? So if the folder does not exist, then it's instantly created. So we're gonna have another variable called another variable called file name, or s.path.what. join. So we're going to join the path, right? And then we create this random name, then dot jpg. So we're gonna have that as our output file. They're just going to be converted into JPEG or JPG as they are being set. So now let's save it. We're gonna use this for image. This may not be necessary, right? No, we don't have to do any iteration into the information. We're just gonna say with open. So we're gonna have the output image file name, and the next thing is WB. So if you have done your files in Python, you'll be excited as you see this. So we're gonna say f.write, and then we're gonna use that from best64.b for decode image using best64 function, right? So we might want to use the for loop here. Okay, so let's say for I, we're going to use the image and enumerate the data, right? The data, and then we get the artifacts. So this is from the JSON file, right? Right, so I think it's now perfectly fine. Then the last thing we're going to do is to return the output image file name. So that's all we need as an output from this whole function. Now let's go back to our initial function, and so now we have this. We're going back to our initial function. So the process image function is done. So what we need here is to have our API key. All right. So I want to put the API key raw because I don't know the problem that I've been facing previously, especially in Flask. So for the purposes of this, I'm going to put it raw, but obviously at production level, you know what you got to do to keep your API safe using the env file. But for the sake of the project, no need to worry. So I'm going to put this as a keyword argument and say input path. And the last thing we need is the sender. Right. So now we have this ready. So what it basically means is that now if we make a request to say we're putting an image, definitely the image is going to be served onto the machine. Once it's served, we're able to call the upscale image variable, which calls the process image function, processes the image, and the image is going to be set. So we're going to do that in a few minutes, and you're going to see what's going to happen. So we have to send a message to the user to tell them that, you know what, your image has been processed, and here is the link to download your image. Image processed successfully. So I'm gonna say download link. Then what are we going to put in here is the new image, or the upscale image. Yeah, the upscale, because we're going to return that from this function. Oh no, we're going to return upscale image URL. right? Yes. So this one, upscale image, is going to give us the URL, right? Which we're going to return here. The URL on our server or on our local server on our machine, because that's the word we're going to use. Right, so this is done. Did I make a mistake on successfully? Or supposed to be one is? No. No, double C. I don't know. I don't know. Does it need another L? Perfect. 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 So now we want to test our image before we do any other functions. What I'm going to do now is return. I'm going to return the string of resp, the image. We should be able to do something. So let's test our image now. The first thing we want to do is to run our Flask. And once we have run our Flask, we have to put up our ng-log. Right, so I'm going to go to this quickly, get an ng-log, and then have it pasted. Right, so I'm going to run ng-log. So it's ng-log http 5000. Right, so we get this link and we are going to put the link in. I'm going to bring this back, this browser back. We're going to put it here and I'm going to run this. So it's just nothing else. Let me check if there's any space. Yes, we have to remove this because sometimes it's going to give you problems. Right, so let's say hi to see if we can get any response. We didn't set that, but from this it says not found, right? Let's see if we have any problems. It's here. It doesn't even show a response here. 5000. We have our / and let's check our ng-log. It's saying not found. And let's check our Twilio. Alright, so is it the same link? It's the same link. It's the same link. What is happening? What could be the problem? Let's do this again. Alright, let me try to upload an image anyway. So that's going to make things better. That means this baby image. 404 not found. So what could be the problem here? What could be? So let's restart this. Let's run this again. All right. So we have this ready. Let's say hi again. Internal server error. So I say WhatsApp did not return anything. So there should be something here. All right. So let's check msg.body. Let's try something here. All right, so I think this one is supposed to be here. I think it's a misplaced return function, right? And let's put the image again. Okay, process image got multiple arguments sender. Let's see what we got here. Is this the sender? Because this is supposed to be the API key. And then the image input, why is it calling this? Why is it saying this is the sender? Alright, so let's go back down here. Process image has sender, supposed to have API key, right? Let's see what's gonna happen here. Let's put the image again, or let's try another person. So I'm gonna put this body here. Right, it seems like the thing has happened. You see, so we have image successfully processed. The image is in out, what's up, this is the number and the image. So let's check in that folder. Let's go to that folder and we have our out. Right, perfect, the image is here. Right, so the image has been upscaled or worked on. Let's see the original image in the downloads. Right, this is the original image. Right, you can see the original image is small and this one is way bigger. So it has been modified. See, you can see the resolution. I'm trying to improve it and look at this. Right, you see that's the lowest resolution it can get to. So the upscaling of the image is working. So we need to check on the name of the folder. Something is happening. All right, so here we didn't do this. We didn't do this. Once we split, we're supposed to get one here, right? So that's why when you see the folder here, it actually has both, because we split this, but we're supposed to pick to say 0 1 and then we pick this. So I'm going to delete this and we're going to run this again and see what's going to happen. But before we go there, we're going to get into uploads to see. You see, in uploads the images are there. So once the images are served in uploads, stability function, it has to pick the image and then modify it. See, so this is the unmodified image. And then I'm going to delete this. I'm going to delete all this again and restart. Right, where is our browser? Let me clear the chart. Right, so let's upload again image. Right, where is our image? We're taking this guy and we're sending it through. Let's see. Okay, so in uploads the folder has been created and it's been saved. So this is the original image, and then we're going to go back to out. It is created again. So I forgot to put this, but it has been put here. What happened? Run here. Here is correct. So we're supposed to restart. Right, we're supposed to restart. So I'm going to delete again. In out, delete, and then we go to the uploads, delete. Fine. So we're going to put this one here. So we want to see what will be happening, especially in the out. And I'm going to bring back the browser. Let's make it smaller. Right, clear the chart. And then we're going to say, let's get this image. Right, send. All right, let's see what we get. Yes, so perfect. The image has been modified. So you can see now it's been modified. Right, so that function is working. We're gonna go back here into our uploads. The folder has been created. So if a different user does the same thing, which I'm going to do from the mobile phone, I'm going to try and send using a different number. Okay, here we have this. So I'm just going to send an image from the mobile phone. Let me find a very small image without. Where can I find that image? Not in the camera. All media. I need a low resolution image so you can see the impact. Okay, let me put maybe the alright, let me put this image, sandwich image. Watch what will be happening. So we now have two folders, right? This is the original image. Let's see if anything happened to it in the out. There it is. Yeah, almost the same, right? Nothing much has changed, but you can see the quality has changed. The quality of the bread, right? You can see it looks a bit finer. You can see it looks a little bit finer than what it is here. So yeah, that's basically that function. So it's just an upscaling. So we can continue to the next function. So the next function will be generating an image. We want to generate an image. Let's put it over here. Right. We want the user to be able to say, I want to create a cat on a mountain, or anything that the user may want. So let's have a function called def generate image, right? And this one's going to get a prompt from the user, and we also need the sender's number, right? So I'm basically going to copy the API from Stability AI. So it seems like this, and I'm going to explain it. We don't have an engine ID on top. Yeah, that's why it's like this. I think I forgot to add the engine ID. Let me put it closer here. And let me get the engine ID from Stability API. There is the engine ID. Right. So we go back here. So what we have, remember, this is a response to post to straight to Stability AI API. So remember, the API host is this one here. This is the API we are sending to, and where is that? Then we have our headers, which carries the content type, application, accept whatever application, and we have the bearer with the token here, and then we have the JSON. So that will also be part of the request, definitely. The text here is the prompt. So basically it's telling you what we want, and what we're going to get is an image with these settings. These ones can be modified. It's 1024 image. You can customize these according to the types of images that you want your users to receive. Right. So after that, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to say data, right, equals to response dot JSON, right? Convert it into a JSON format, and then we're still going to use the same things. I'm going to copy and paste this, right, and we add it here, right, so that we can save time. And we are also going to copy this where is it? Not here. No, we're going to go down here. Yes, we want this. So random name, I've already copied this. If the folder does not exist, we need to copy this, right? And this one here, right? So we're going to modify it. So we said if it doesn't done it, oh, I've already done it before, all right? And so what we're going to have now is we have to change this. We have to remove this here, right? Right. And we're going to put this back here. So here it's going to be path, because now we are serving the folder. So it's going to be path, right? And then we're going to say / random name, because we are serving our we didn't bring the random name, so I'm going to put in the random name equals to this is the beauty of using functions, because you don't have to be using other functions as well that you can reuse across, instead of having to redo this whole thing like this again, right? So we're gonna have random name, right? We don't need sf. Once we have random name, we're gonna say dot jpg, right? Then we say comma wb, then we say as f. We need it here now, right? So we're gonna need f right the same way. So now we're gonna create, because we want to return a URL of the generated image which is now on our server, so that we're able to send it to the user. So we're gonna have an image, so we're gonna call this generated image URL. So remember, I'm just modifying things so that we save time. Otherwise, if we're gonna follow this, it might take us 2 hours to do this. So f function, we're going to say, we're going to get the path, right, / then we have our random name, then jpg, right? So the last thing we want to do is to return that generated URL. So the function is done now. It's ready, right? So the next thing we want to do is to go back to our initial function, which is here. Now we have to go down a bit and make sure we have this create. So we're going to say else, then we say prompt, because now we are getting a prompt. We have to get prompt from the, which is basically a message coming from the user to say, create an image with a cat on a mountain house, whatever you think wild. So we're going to say prompt, then we say request.form .get body, right? And we want to keep everything in the lowercase, right? Then we say if there is the word create in prompt, right? Now the chatbot knows, okay, I have to be ready to create something. So what we're going to say is new image URL. We create this variable and then we call our function generate image. Generate image needs two things: the prompt and the sender number. Who is the sender, right? And then the last thing we want to do is to just send a message to the user, right? And say, and tell the user that, you know what, image created successfully, right? I'm not gonna mention that again. Then we say the download link, new image URL. So that is it. That is it. Our chatbot is done. The next thing we want to do is to test. So else, if there is a mistake in that, we're going to just tell the user, let's just put this a bit down so that our code looks smarter, right? We're going just to say to the user, message msg.body. We're just going to tell the user that send a prompt for image creation. Right. So we're just going to put this: if we don't get anything, right? No, we just get a message. We're just going to say what? I think we can, if not responded, we don't need this. Do we need this? I think we do. So we need to say here responded. I'm so used to this because it always checks whether anything, more like checks and balance on your chatbot, right? I'm just going to copy and paste. So say send a prompt for image creation, right? Or send an image for app scaling, right? So this is more like our menu, right? And so it's done, and that's it. So I'm gonna make this code smaller, right? So this is our chatbot, right? Let's have some space here. No, but it's, why should it? Is there anything wrong with this here? All right, we need to close here, right? Yes, that was the error. So yeah, this is our code. This is our full code for our chatbot, and you can always modify the code. It will be available for download. So this is the code. Right. So now let's continue testing. I hope our chatbot is still running. Let's just rerun it anyway. Reload it. Right. And I'm going to bring the browser back. Here is our browser. And I'm going to bring the folder so we can see the effects. There it is. So this is the user. Right. Create an image with a cat on a house on a hill. Let's see what the AI will do. Right, so there is a response. Not yet. Let's just wait and see. It might take a bit of time because it's generating. Right, so we got a message back. So there's a problem here with open path /. So which one is this? Let's click here. There's a problem here. All right, I think we're supposed to say f function, right? This is the generate image. Yes, so we're supposed to use an f function here, and then at the end of JPEG. Right. So let's reload. I hope that's the only error there. So let's just put this one here and then put the browser there. So we can also see here, and then we'll put the folder here because I want us to see the effect of what will be happening. So let's just copy this and paste it again and send it. Right, you saw a movement here. So the message has been sent. We haven't seen a message here to say there's a response. What's happening here? No such directory path. So it seems like our image has been created, but there's no directory. What's happening here? Path random name .jpeg for image artifacts with open. Oh yeah, all right, I see. We're supposed to put this as well in here, right? But hopefully that's the last. Hopefully that's the last error. So we'll put our browser back and our folder back. Here we are. Let's send the message again. Response has happened here. Perfect. It seems like our image has been created, but is it saved in the output folder? Where is it saved? Which user is this? Is it in the uploads? Okay, so it's saved in the upload. So here is our image. It's saved in the uploads, which is a problem here, because that is supposed to save in the output, in the out folder, right? It's supposed to save in the out folder. and then it's supposed to send a link to the user. So there's a problem that we need to work on here. So let's go back to our code. So here is our code. We said we have a random name, and then we have a username. Okay, I see. I was supposed to put out here, not uploads. Okay, so hopefully this is the last one. The last of it. Right, there we are. So then we should be able to send a message to the user with a new image URL. Yeah, send there, because here it's supposed to return an image URL. All right, so let's see how this is gonna go. Let's go back to our out folder. This is the number. So let's send in the same prompt. Right. So you can see something has happened here. Post, it hasn't received a response. Perfect. So now we got our image. Right. Cat on a house on a hill. On a house that is on a hill. Right. Perfect. So now it was supposed to send a message with that to the user. So let's go back and see what's happening. So definitely we returned this f path. To the user. Let's try to print this as well and see what kind of a link are we getting back. Right, if we are able to, this is on generate. Yes, this is on generate. So the folder has been created. Then we have this path, we have the right things, and then it's saved, and then we have generated image URL, and then we return. It's supposed to be generated. Yes, so we return that generated URL. Let's go back to our main function. So our main function is here. If creating prompt, right? We have created our image, generate image, prompt, and sender. Right, so new image URL. Here's the new image URL. Let's print it again and see what's happening, where the error could be happening. I hate logical errors. They won't show you what error code it is. Just doesn't work the way you want it to. Let's say create a helicopter image. Create a helicopter image. Right. Alright, so we have our helicopter image. Still no message has been sent to the user, but these are the links to the out this. So there is something that I think if I did it might change. But create new image message body, because it's supposed to just retain that, right? So that's else message.body message that body. The link is here. Why is it not sending? Very, very weird. I'm going to try something for the last time. Let's go here. Let's say that out. Let's do this. Right? So let's restart. At least the last time I'm going to retry this because it's already working. But if it messes up, that becomes your homework. And you're going to send it through. Let's say, no, let's create a hen on a page image. All right, there it is. Perfect, 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 perfect. So here is our hen image successfully created. No, not deleting it yet. The hen is on the beach. Now, image created successfully, download link, and this is the link. Now here's the thing, these links on the local host, they are not working because I would need to modify a lot of stuff on my local host for them to be accessed, and I'll be using this link as well, part of it, this ng-rock, and then the port, and then making sure my files or folders are accessible, which I'm not going to do unless it is deployed. Then it will be easy to for the user to send in the link, which is a downloadable image. So that will also be your homework if you're going to deploy this either on AWS, Python Anywhere, or any other platform. Then make sure that the user can download their image. So this is the end of our lesson. We've seen it running. See you in the next lesson. Hi everybody, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson we are creating a new interesting project which is called, I don't have a name for this, but it's a surveys project whereby we will be taking surveys from our users on WhatsApp, and when we collect this data we're going to put it into a database, and before it is saved in the database, we're going to use OpenAI APIs to evaluate or to put a sentiment to what the user has said, and then we save that sentiment into the database. So this is quite an interesting one. So I have already set up my project, right, in my favorite IDE, which is Python. So I have already set up my project in my favorite IDE, which is Python. So as you can see, this is the main folder, which is called survey, and I have created an app called surveys. Note the difference, please. So I've already registered it in the settings, and we are ready to go. So this is the templates folder. This is the database. This is the manage.py, which is a wrapper for the instructions that we can send, or commands that we can send into our Django application. And then ng-rock, we're going to use it when we are testing to connect with our API in Twilio. So the first, we're going to create our model. So I'm going to enlarge this this font so that you're able to see. So from Django.db import models, right? And then our first model, is class survey, right? So we're gonna have the survey model, right? And in our surveys, we're going to have the title of the survey, which will be saved in the database. So this is models.carfield, then the max length, It's going to be 255. And then the next thing is the question for our survey, right? Here we're going to use a text field because we don't know how big that might be, and we don't want to limit. And I think the last thing we want to do here is put in the string function so that we're able to return a string when we're in the database. So title, right? And then the next class, this one is called response. So we are basically keeping or storing the response from our users, and that's the essence of this chatbot. So we're gonna have answer, right? WER. So models dot, we're gonna take the text field here. So this is the answer that we're gonna get from the user, and then we're going to have to store the sentiment, which is actually a product of ChatGPT. So, but the sentiment will be an integer field. So we're gonna have an integer field here, and then lastly, it's the WhatsApp number, the user's number. We're also going to store it. So it's models dot what we're going to use here, car field. I don't want any trouble as yet, but obviously at production level you know what to use. So I'm gonna have 20 here, right? That's it. So our models are done. So because I don't want to see in the database, we have to see something called I think that's called an object. So I'm gonna do this, and maybe we can use return self dot WhatsApp number, right? Yeah. So let's run our models. Let's run our models. All right, so let's run our migrations, right? Python manage.py make migrations, right? Done. And then we are going to migrate. Perfect. So our database is ready. Just gonna check with our database. So this is survey response and survey. So everything is perfectly fine. We don't need this. So what is the next thing? The next thing, I always want to go to the admin before I go to the views. So I'm going to work on the admin. So in the admin, we're going to say from, let me enlarge this font first. From dot models, import survey and response, right? So class survey, come on, survey admin, then admin, oh no, admin dot we want the model admin here, right? Perfect. So list display, right? We're going to have the title, and then we're going to have the question. right? Do we need a search field? Maybe. Who knows? Are we able? Yeah, we might want to search from our huge database. All right, and then the next thing is the class. We haven't registered this first. We need to register this admin. No. Admin.site .register, right? So we have the survey admin. So we're gonna have the survey, then the survey admin. All right. So the next thing we're gonna have a class for response admin, right? No, keep getting the same thing, right? Model admin, right? And then so we're just gonna have the same thing. So I'm gonna copy and paste this one here. And what I'm going to change here is that we need the sentiment, right? And then we need the WhatsApp number. Right? And then the answer as well. Right? So how are we going to search? We're probably going to search with a sentiment rating as well as the WhatsApp number. Right? So this is just some assumptions. It's not the final application. It's not corporate. So we're gonna have a response here, and then the last thing is response admin. Perfect. Admin done. So I want to close this because I'm not going to be using it that much. And then we move into views. All right, I'm going to enlarge this as well. So the views, that's where all the work is. So the first thing is from django.http import http response, and then obviously when we're using WhatsApp, we know that we have to use the decorator CSRF exempt, so we need to import that one as well. So then decorators, right? CSRF import CSRF exempt. And then the next thing obviously is Twilio, right? I hope you would have already installed these packages. So the message response, and then obviously we're going to be accessing our database, so we need to import the classes, sorry, the databases, the database tables actually. So response, so I called this database response. All right, I'm gonna have to correct it later on. Then lastly, from OpenAI, imports the OpenAI class. All right, so first things first, API key for our OpenAI. So I'm just gonna copy and paste this one, right? Right, and then client, we create an object for our OpenAI that we'll be using, or we can call it an instance. Okay, then we have our API key. This one is done. Yes, so we are now getting our hands dirty in our application. Right, we have exempted, and I hope by now you should be knowing why we are exempting. I've explained that in the initial project. So we're gonna call this webhook, right? Well, I'm just gonna call it WhatsApp. I mean, why should it be complicated? So it's request. That's what we're going to be receiving, or that's our input. So if the request then method is equals to post, which usually it will be, then we are going to take body, right? I usually use incoming message, but for a change, let's use body and say from the post dot get, what we need is the body. So whenever we have an input, we separate the body. And then the next thing we want to do is to separate we need also the profile number of the user. So we're gonna say profile number equals to request, right? That's request.post dot get, right? So this is usually from, right? But when it comes now, when this one is coming, it's usually like this. It's clear. It says WhatsApp, and then it puts something like this, and then it puts +1, and then the number. So we don't want all that. We need to split it. We need to split it before we go any further. So we're gonna say split here, and so we'll split it using the colon, where it separates with the colon. And then we'll also need the profile name, because it also comes in the payload of the post, right? And so, oh, this is so wrong, not request. So I'm gonna copy this, paste it. So what we're going to have here is profile, and make sure you put caps P, caps N, right? And then we create our resp instance from the message response class, right? Make it perfect. And then we have our MSG as usual, which we're going to use to be sending, which is created from the REST object. And then we're gonna have message. And then usually, as usual, we have our response. Our initial response is false, so that we know whether something happened or not within our application. So this one, we have set up everything. The next thing is we want to be receiving the message. So we want to tell the user that we want the user to send a message and say hi, because they have to initialize the conversation. So if they're going to say hi, yeah, maybe you could use another way by just bombing the WhatsApp of the user, which they might complain, but they might be interested in taking the survey. So if body, right, is equals to hi, so I want to be specific. If the user says hi, then we are going to take the latest survey in our database, the latest question. That's what we're going to send. So it's survey dot objects dot latest. We want the latest, the last one. So we're separating it by the ID. So once we have that, we then create our message body, right? We are already sending a response to the user, and then we are going to say hello, right? So we're gonna use let's put the F function here. So we're going to say hello. Now we're using the profile name, right? So it's going to show the name in the message. Then we encourage them to say, please take the survey below, right? I hope it comes out well. We're going to take another F function here so that we leave some space below in between. So fn, we're going to say so now we're quoting the latest survey question, right? And then we have responded. Actually, I want to respond it equals to true. So yeah, so we now know whether the message was sent out or not. So response is set at true, right? So already once the user say hi, then they're gonna get a response to say, please can you take this survey, and then else, right? This is the last part of our question. So here we're gonna say sentiment, right? So sentiment, then we need to have the evaluate sentiment, right? We need to have the evaluate sentiment function. Okay, so I'm gonna hold it up here and say pause. It's just avoid couple of problems. So now the next thing we have to do, we want to create a function that will evaluate what the user would have said. So this will be evaluated by the GPT-3 model. So once it evaluates that, then it gives us a sentiment, and then we save that sentiment in the database, right? So we're gonna have evaluate sentiment. So what it takes is a text, okay, from the body, right? And so we're gonna have these completions. We are already sending the data to GPT-3 to say please evaluate this. Right, so it's a client. We have already created the client on top. Then we're gonna have the chart completions dot create, right? And then we have model. So we're gonna be using the my favorite model, GPT 3-3.5 table, right? Then we put a comma here, and then messages. So I'm gonna create some rows, right? So the first row, system, right? So I've explained in the previous project what this is all about. And then we have content. So we are going to tell this model that you are a data scientist who evaluates data sentiment, right? That's all for this instruction. So I'm going to copy in this. So let me minimize this so that we have more space here, right? So I'm going to delete this is user, right? and I'm going to delete this. Mistake here. So I'm going to delete this and delete a comma here. Right. So here we're going to say evaluate the data in the text, right? So we need an F function here, and put a sentiment score which is graded in 4 parts, right? So we have 0 to 25, then 26 to 50, 51 to 75, 76 to 100. Right. Okay. Start with the sentiment category in quotes. Before saying anything, for example, so this is what we want ChatGPT to do. It will put in codes 0 to 25. Then everything else follows, right? So we want to be able to extract that 0 to 25 or whatever number we have, 51 to 75. So we should be able to separate it or to pick it up from the response we get from ChatGPT. So after this is done, we're going to say sentiment score, right? So this will be the response from ChatGPT, completions dot choices, right? That message dot content, right? Print. Do I need to sentiment score? No, I don't need to. Maybe later on if we don't get what we want. So now we have to grade our sentiment. So we're gonna say if we get 0 to 25 in sentiment score, right? Then return 1. So I'm going to copy and paste this. Right, so we have to say Aleph here. So I'm going to copy and paste this 2 more times, right? Then we'll have an else here and say return 0. Return 0. So this is 76 to 100. This is 51 to 75. This is 26 to 50. So return 2, return 3, return 4. Right, the sentiment like that. So evaluate sentiment. All right, so it's left leaving an I. That's why it was not picking up. Right. So our it's done now. So we just need to complete the last part of our chatbot, and then we are done. So we said else here, right? So we're able to say we now have our sentiment from the evaluation of the body. Remember, we separated the body in the request, so we're already holding it in the sentiment variable. So now we have to serve, right? Let's say response. So we are serving in. All right, so it's response. I made a mistake. We're gonna have to do with that until we're done. Okay, no harm. So we're going to say answer. The first thing is answer. So the answer is in the body, right? And then the sentiment. The sentiment is also in the sentiment variable, right? And then the last thing we want to serve is the WhatsApp number. The WhatsApp number, remember, it's in the profile number, right? So remember, we split two items. So we're gonna take the when you're slicing, it's 0, 1. So the 0 part of it is the WhatsApp, and the next part of it is the number itself. So we are putting in 1 so that we're able to get the number, and then response.serve, we're able to serve into the database, right? Right. So now we just need to work a response to our user after we have served, and say msg.body, right? And we're just going to use the app function and say thank you to our user. So we're going to use the profile name for taking this survey, right? So you just have to thank them for taking the survey, and then the next thing is responded true equals to true, right? And then the last part as we close on this coding before we start testing, if not responded, right, we're going to say msg dot body, right, f function, please send hi. Keep it in small caps, so it's gonna be put in small caps anyway. So we're gonna say please, we have the profile name, send hi. Okay, I'm gonna put this in single quotes to get started, right? So yeah, send hi to get started. So that's it. I think our application is now ready for testing. All right, so this is our code. All the last parts, response, return. I actually realized, because this seems like it's commented out because nothing has yet happened. So once you say we're gonna make an HTTP response, as a string, and then we use the REST object or instance. So now you see all of them are in use. So now that is our application, right? And ready for testing. So we're going to start our testing. So the first thing is to go to our folder. I have already pasted ngrok. So the first thing is to run ngrok http. So this one, the port is 8000, which is different from Flask. The default port is 5000. So now we're gonna go to Twilio. Okay, so right. So this was on the previous Flask projects. So if you're going to be using and Django projects as well. So if you're going to be using Flask, you don't put this / unless you define it in the Flask app. But if you didn't, don't put it there. If you're using Django by default, you have to put it there because it's required in your URLs. So we're going to save this. And speaking of URLs, there isn't any here. So let's just do the urls.py. So urls.py, right? And let's just do our URL. Let's enlarge this. So we're going to say from django.urls import path, right? From all on the same folder, import views, right? And then we'll have our URL patterns. List. So it's path, right? So I'm not gonna put anything here, and then it's use dots. What is the name of our function? It's WhatsApp, right? Or am I gonna put a name there? Probably just call it WhatsApp, right? So that one is done. Now we have to direct the main URL here. So I usually take this one, copy and paste it to save time. So I'm gonna say paste here, right? So remember we put an ending with / WhatsApp. So I'm gonna put that here, and then I'm gonna say surveys to our app here, right? Then it's done. The include is here. So yeah, so I think now I always hate this. So now we have this ready. Our application is ready for testing. Let's run our application. Python manage.py run server, and obviously the default will always be 8000, right? So since there is no web testing, no need to open the web frontend, but we're just gonna say hi from here. So I'm gonna minimize this here so that we're able to see any responses, and I'm gonna bring this here as well to see the responses so that we're able to debug any errors. So hi, all right, perfect, we already got one. So right here, allowed host. So where is this? It's always here. All right, let's do this, right? And let's also put the local host on to 0.1. And then lastly, I'm just going to put this one with asterisk just to allow anybody from anywhere to come through. So I'm just going to put my setup again. Right. So we're going to do the thing again. Hi. The service WhatsApp didn't return object response. It actually returned none. Oh, so what could be the problem here? So let's see. It returned a none. All right, so our return is in the wrong position, right? Yeah. I think that was the problem. Okay. I'm putting back the setup again. Right, so let's go. REST where is associated with the cannot access REST. Did I forget to put REST? But it's here. What's happening? What's happening here? Return HTTP response. Why is it failing to access this one? Because unbound local error cannot access where it is not associated with a value. So what's happening? Let's do a little bit of debugging our sentiment. We can't let add global statement on this one. So let's start from the top. WhatsApp requested method post. If request dot method is equals to post, that's it. Let's go down. Body post get body. Everything seems okay here. From then here resp here messaging response. This never had a problem with it. Maybe need to take it out here. Maybe. Right. Should take it out. Yeah. Let's see what's gonna happen. All right, perfect. Oh, yeah, perfect. But we're not getting any response from there. So we have if hi latest body MSG response. So let's take this out as well, right? This one is supposed to be responded, right? Responded. Let's save some space here. Right, so responded false. So now if body is equals to hi latest survey, so do we need to go to our, I think there's nothing in the database as well, so that could be the problem as well. So let's create an admin python manage.py create super user, right? Username I'm gonna use admin not then 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. Right, so perfect. So now it should be ready. So let me get a browser, right? And let's put admin here, right? Yes, I don't know how it's logged in. So we're going to create a survey, and call this survey 1, right? Please tell us how you feel about our pizza, right? So we're going to save this one. So we already have something in the database. All right, so let's test again. This one's working. Okay, let's see how this goes. And say hi. All right, perfect. Hello, Fibonacci. Please take the CV below and please tell us about our pizza. So I'm gonna make a response to this. I'm gonna say I hate, right, your pizza. It sucks. Taste like it was cooked in hell. And the cheese came from Pluto. Nine 9,000 years ago. Okay, no alien will tolerate your pizza. Quit making pizza. Right, let's see. All right, thank you Fibonacci for taking this survey. So let's check in our database on responses. There it is. So the sentiment is 1. This is the phone number, the phone number I'm using, and then this is the answer that I gave. So if we go back to our application here, so here it says this is they also express the certification with cooking what additionally they just like pizzas all together. So the sentiment score is 0 to 25. So this is that's the GPT model giving its own answer. So I'm gonna do it on a clean slate, okay, so that we can really read our answer, right? So let me run the application again. No. All right, we just want to run the application again. Okay, so I'm gonna put this up, and I'm gonna put this up, and I'm gonna put this up, but not yet this one. So I'm gonna say hi again, right? Hello Fibonacci, please take the survey below. I love your pizza. Tests, right? Tests like it was made in heaven. I want some more. Right. Alright, if I died today, bury me with a ton of pizza for the next life. Right. Okay, so I'm gonna respond to that. Okay, so obviously we saw this good response here, and we got a sentiment of 4 because we're actually praising the pizza. And then when we get here, 76 to 100, right? That's the rating. The data sentiment is highly positive. The statement "I love your pizza" tastes like made in heaven, blah 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 blah, indicates a strong appreciation and extreme desire for the pizza. So that, folks, this was the lesson. This was the tutorial. I hope you have learned a lot from this tutorial and project. You'll be able to create your own chatbots and enhance from here. So thank you for this lesson. See you in the next lesson. Bye. Welcome back. So in this lesson, we are continuing on creating our Rant app. I have already created the Rant app application with Flask in my favorite IDE, which is Python. So it already created all these folders for me. And so let's continue. So the first thing we have to do is to be able to install the 3 packages that we need. So it's pip install OpenAI, that's the first one, and then the second thing is Twilio, right? Twilio, and the third thing we have to install is Flask Alchemy. So we have to install Flask itself, and then Flask dash Alchemy. Right, so I had already installed this, but I'm just showing you what needed to be done. So it's actually Flask SQL Alchemy. So yeah, those are the packages that you need. I had already installed them. Then after installing the packages, now we can start working on our application, and then we'll move on to the database. So I'm going to minimize this. So we're going to say from Flask, we have to install the classes from Flask. So import, first one is Flask, and then the usual one is request. So the others, if we need to install, we'll also add them. And then the database one is from Flask Alchemy, right? Import SQL Alchemy class. Then we also need to import the OpenAI, right? Actually, it should be from OpenAI because we want to, so that we don't overload our app with a lot of unnecessary stuff. So from OpenAI, import the OpenAI class. Then for now, from Twilio, right, dot yml dot message response, import the message response class. Right, all the importations are done currently, so we have to create an object from the Flask class. So we are basically creating our web app now. So we're going to use the data name. We're going to use the data name there. So we're going to use the data name argument. So then from there we move on to say app config. So this is where we're going to config the path to our database. So it's SQL Alchemy database. Sorry, it's supposed to be database and URI, okay. And so then we say equal to, we have to put this in quotes, SQLite 3 forward slashes. Our database is called run.db, right? And then the last thing we do is to create another object for our DB. So SQL Alchemy, we'll be using the app. So that being done, the next thing we want to do is to have our API key, right? Our API key from OpenAI. So I'm just going to copy and paste that. Okay. Copy and paste that. And then the next thing is we want to create the client object from the OpenAI class, right? OpenAI. Then we say the API key argument. So we're gonna use our key, yes, or API key variable. So now that the most important things are so far there, I think we have to work on our database. So class post. So we're using the DB model, right? db.model class. Then we just need the ID, and we're gonna call this db.column. So this one is going to be an integer. Right? And that's our primary key. db dot column db dot text. So now let's connect, but we're gonna use an easier way to connect our database. So since I'm using Python, which makes it quite easy, I'm gonna say SQLite here. So I'm gonna name this is runs, right? So we're gonna go into run app instance. This is where we're going to create it. So it's run.db, right? So let's test connection. Okay, so our database is up and running. So now we're just gonna use the console to do this. So I'm gonna say create table, right? Our table is called post. Okay, and then we're gonna have ID, and we're gonna call this ID integer. And then we're gonna have content. So basically this is what the user will be sending, and we're gonna have this as text, right? And then we are going to have our primary key, right? And our primary key will be the ID. So we definitely need to put some commas here so that this whole thing makes sense, and then we close here. So okay, so we have created our database. So if you go, okay, let's run our app and see what happens. Run Flask app. Right, and right, so not yet found because we're still working on this. Right, so let's move forward. So our database is now there. So run db. Okay, this is our database. Refresh, nothing is yet inside, so it's the ID and the content. Right, let's move forward. So the first thing we want to do after all this is we want to create first work on the web interface. So we're going to create a route for the web interface. Okay, /, and then def, this is the index, right? So we're going to say return render. So we're going to return render template, and we're going to have index.html here. Right, so we need to import this from Flask. So import flask.render template. I'm going to minimize this. Right, so our index so far is done. So we need to add the template. So create template in index. Right, so our template is now there. We're going to come back to this. And so what's the next thing? So the next thing is that the front end, so the index, this is where all the posts will be listed, right? So when someone visits the website, they're going to see the post listed here. So let's work on our index HTML, right? So we're gonna have doc type. Yes, the doc type, it's HTML, right? And then you're gonna have HTML. We're gonna have the language. We're gonna use English. So yeah. All right. So far, we're gonna need the head, right? And for the head, we're gonna call our operand, not punt, rand anonymous, right? Okay, and then we're gonna have the body now. You're gonna modify anyhow you want, but this is just for illustration. So let's have an h1 here. So we're gonna say rand anonymous, mental health post, right? So now we have to list our post, right? So we're gonna have we're gonna use this for listing, right? So we'll definitely be using Ginger for templating. So for, you can say post in post, right? And then line or list, actually we're going to say double. So this is post dot content. So we'll be getting some content from each post, right? And that one is done. And then end for, right? So that one, this is done. So because we are going to be getting that information, so we have to query our database to get that information. So we are going to have a variable called post, and then we say from the post dot query dot all. Okay, every other thing will be done later on. Right, so now that is done, so on our index page, let's just check on our index page if anything is changing. We have to reload. I think so. That should help us. All right, so run anonymous post. All right, we're moving forward quite well. And so the next thing we're going to do is to create another HTML. So this is going to be for posting. So we want to create a form for someone to be able to post. So this is going to be submit your rant, right? And so definitely the methods, we need to specify our methods here. So we're gonna have both the get and the post. So def submit rent, that's the name of our function. Submit rent. Right, so let's go with our function now. So we have to check, since we have both methods here, we have to check if method, sorry, if request, it comes as a request, dot method equals to post. Sorry, yeah, is equal to post. Okay, which means if the method is post, then run content equal to request. So we get the form, and from the form we need to get the content, right? Run content. So new run, so this will basically be holding the post, which is then we get the content. Which we're going to say run content, right? And then we're going to have a DB session, because what we basically want to do is to serve these things into our database. This is a form, we want to serve this into the database. So database.session.add. Okay, we are adding the new run, the variable that will be holding that, and then DB session. We commit to the database, right? So basically serving to the database, and then we return to the front end. So it's return redirect to the URL for index. Want to go back to the index page. So I basically need to import these. So import from Flask and these two. So they are now imported and ready. And then the last thing we're going to do is to return render template. So we now need to create our submit run.html. Right, so let's create it now. Create template run, set in the template. So there it is. Right, so let's work on our template run. So we're gonna use the same thing. So I'm gonna go to the index and copy the stuff there. Okay, close it and then paste it here. Right, so I'm gonna delete this stuff here. So basically what we're gonna have is the form, and then the method for the form is a post, right? And then the action is URL4. We're using the submit run, right? HTML. Right. And then we have a label, so we want to label our form. And then so for equals to run content, right? So this is not supposed to close, right? Yep. And then we close it here, and then we say your run. Okay. Well, we need a BR here. Right. Something is wrong on this area. Close this. We're not closing our form yet. All right. So after that, we need to create a text area. And we're going to give it an ID and call it run content, and then the name as well is run content, right? So obviously when you're going to do this at work, you're going to know what to do. So rows are going to have 4, and then columns equals to 50, right? And it's definitely required. So we're gonna close our text area. Right. And then the last thing we have to do is to create the button, okay? Bot type, submit, right? And then value is what will be shown on our button, submit run, and then we close our form. So the form is done now. So I'm gonna restart this, and we're gonna check on our right. So I think we're gonna say submit run. All right. Okay, unexpected ending, so we need to debug a bit. That is on our what URL post on our submit HTML. Okay, submit run. So here is the problem. Okay, we need to add this one here. Okay, I think that solves it. I think that solves the problem. Let's see. Okay, so this is submit your round, and let's see what's gonna happen. My rant is I miss my friends in Italy. So submit rant. Right. Okay, so the rant has been submitted. Let's check in our database. Right, there it is. So already it's being saved in the database. All right, let's move on with our application. So we have done this. So now the web interface itself is working. So the next thing we want to do is to handle WhatsApp. So remember that users want to send from WhatsApp into the database, and then we should be able to retrieve some of the posts, maybe the latest 5 posts from the database, and then show them to the user. All right, and they are going to WhatsApp. But for the web interface, I think we should be able, they are not listing. Okay, we're going to work on that, because we should be able to see runs here after they are submitted. Let's say I miss my friends Italy 2. Refresh. Okay, we should be able to list the runs here, right? Because we actually said post from post query. What is missing here? This is our database post, right? Okay, I didn't do something here. So it's supposed to say post equals to post, right? So then we'll be able to see the post on our front end like this. Okay, so these are the posts. So someone can come and read the post. I mean, they don't know who it is. They are anonymously sent. Perfect. So now let's work on our WhatsApp, right? So we're gonna have up.route, right? I'm gonna have to lower this so that I can have some space here. Route, and we're going to call this one WhatsApp, right? WhatsApp. Right. And then on our WhatsApp, we're gonna have the method post. So the methods, this method is very important. Yeah, methods is equals to post. Right, we're done here, and then let's create our function. This is to handle WhatsApp, right? And let's get down with our function. So now it's a post, so we're gonna have an incoming message, right? Okay, so we're gonna have our request.form.get. We just need the body, right? So from the body, that's all we need, and then we have to lower everything we're getting from there. We have to put it in lowercase, and then we're gonna have some object called resp for response. And then we're going to call our message response from Twilio. And then this is quite interesting. We're going to have user profile, right? So the user profile is that from the request, right? We're going to go into the values, and from there we only need the profile name, right? So this will give us the name of the WhatsApp user. You're gonna see it when you're testing. I'm gonna minimize this, and now we start our app. So basically we're saying if someone wants to stay, they can send a rant, okay, to the application. So if rant is in our message, so we're basically going to tell the user to say maybe rant, start with the word rant, and then you say what you want to say, so that once the message comes in and what this method reads the rand, it knows, okay, this is a rand, I have to put this message in the database or whatever needs to be done. So we're going to say rand an incoming message, right? And then we have to deal with it. Okay, so when we're serving into the database, we want to replace rand. So before we go any further, we're going to say rand content. Okay, create a new variable called rand content, and then we take the incoming message, we're going to replace it. So we're going to replace rand, not to replace the message. We're going to replace rand with maybe an asterisk. Let's see how it's going to work with an asterisk. Okay, right, and then we use the strip method, right? Okay, so that is done on this one. And then the next thing is we create a new rand again. Okay, so we're going to use this variable to serve into the database. So post, as we did before, note, so I'm going to say content. Okay, we're serving this into the content field in our database. So content, and then we tag the rand content, right? So we're basically serving this into the database. And then we have our DB session, DB dot session. We are adding add new rand, right? And then we have the commit, db dot session dot commit, and then so we have served the message from the WhatsApp into the database, and then we need to create a message that's going to be sent back to the user. So we're going to use create an object. Sorry, we're going to say msg equals to, remember we have the response object. Okay, then we have our message here. So we're going to say thank you. Okay, so we're gonna use this variable now, user profile, right? Your rand has been served anonymously. So we obviously thank you for putting this f function here. So yeah, so this is it. The next thing we want to do is that we need an else here. Okay, right. We're gonna have the same message. I'm just gonna copy this. It's not the same, but I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna say hello user profile. Welcome to rand. Send a message with rand if you want to rand. All right, and then the last thing is that we want to return, okay, something. Okay, so return, remember we have to create a string every time we are returning from for a WhatsApp function. So yeah, right, so this is done. All right, I'm gonna cover this gap so we can see our code. Is there anything I'm missing here? A REST message. got message response. Is there anything I'm missing here? So we have a one. Okay, we have to create. Okay, yep, I think it's set now. We needed to put these two parentheses. All right, so perfect. We have done a lot of work. So let's test this. We have tested the web part of it. Now we have to test the web one. Sorry, the WhatsApp one. So the first thing we have to do is to we have to go to the folder for our application, right? And remember, we need to put in, or we have to put in the ngrok. So I'm going to run ngrok here, ngrok http. So the default for port, we know that it's 5000 for Flask, right? We have copied this, copied that. So this one has to be put into all right. So this one has to be put into, we have to go to, right? We have to go to Twilio, right? So I'm going to log into Twilio of here. Of the screen, right? I'm going to log into Twilio off the screen. Quickly do that. All right, now that we are logged in, I've been creating a number of projects. So I think my trial is depleting quite fast. I'm left with $12.24. So already we are on WhatsApp, and we want to add the ngrok, right, to WhatsApp. So I think it's try it out. Is this the one? Yes. All right, so here we are. Now I'm changing this to the new one, right? And then we save. Then we should be ready to use WhatsApp on this one. So let me go to WhatsApp. All right, so I'm gonna minimize this so that we can have more space for our code. So everything seems to be working quite well now. WhatsApp is happening a bit slow, the web WhatsApp. All right. So here we are, and I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna clear this chart. So now we can start interacting. So we're gonna say hi. No response. No response. Did we say anything here? It's supposed to respond like this, right? So let's see what's happening here. Do we have an error? It's saying 404 error. Let's send another hi. Okay, it's saying 404. So let's see what's happening here. So we have WhatsApp, right? This is all we need from this side here, right? And then we go to Twilio. We have WhatsApp, and let's check our ngrok. It's saying not found. Okay, so it's HTTPS. We have WhatsApp here. Why is it saying not found? 7B, 6B, B334. This is exactly the one that we need. Right here it's okay, and then we have our post method here, and then our WhatsApp. That's it. And then if we say hi, nothing is just happening. Nothing is happening here, and there's no error, because if we say hi, it's just supposed to stand this message, right? Let's try something else. Okay, let me say rant, I miss my friends right now. All right, saying not found. 404 error. All right, let me restart this whole thing. I think we need to restart. I think we need to restart this application, right? To reload it. The good thing about Django is it automatically reloads. All right, there it is. There it is. So I'm gonna say run. I miss my friends now. Okay. Yeah. Oh, your rent has been saved anonymously. So yeah, so we're gonna go to the rent DB, refresh, and there it is. See, so I miss my friends right now, and we if we check on the browser itself, it's gonna say let's see, we're gonna say 127, right? Then we say 5,000. Okay, so here is the rent. Okay, here is the run. So yeah, basically I think it's going down well. So we have to check into new functions. All right, so we have to move on and check on the new functions. So yeah, all right, so what are the functions we can look into now? Maybe we have to allow the user to see the latest post, right? To see maybe the latest five posts. All right, so let's create a function here. And we're going to say get the latest post, right? That's our function, the name of our function. And so we're going to say post, and we're taking this from the database, right? So it's post.query .order by. So we want to order by descent, okay, the latest ones. So it's going to be post dot, going to use the ID for that, right? And then we just want the last 5 posts. So our limit will be 5, and then all from all. Okay, so I just need to validate the post. So if a post is sent and it has nothing, it might compromise the database. So we're gonna have this valid post valid post variable, so that we just need to hold the post of content. Okay, so I'm going to say post dot content, right? For, I guess you know this function. For post in post, right? If post dot content is not. So basically, if it's an empty field in the database, it's none. There's no content. We can still display it as a none. So let's return. What are we going to return from this function? We're going to return a list of items. Okay. Yeah. So dot join method. We're going to return the valid post. That's all we need from here. So this one is done here. So now we have to come to this and say if, okay, if the user says latest in incoming message, which means they are requesting to see the latest post. So we're gonna have latest posts, and then we're gonna call our function get the latest post, which is going to give us the latest post. And then msg, this is our response. So I'm just gonna, I have no need to copy and paste anyway. Let me say this is short for response, right? Our message. And within this message, yes, we are returning the latest 5 posts. So these are the latest 5 posts, or 5 runs actually. Okay, yeah. So this is the latest 5 runs. They're gonna be listed here, one on top of the other, and so we're gonna have latest post, right? So here we are. There's an error somewhere here. We are not supposed to put it here. We're supposed to put this one here, right? And then yeah, it's done. So we always need to rerun our application, and I think let's test and see. Let's test and see how far this goes in our WhatsApp. Let's see how far this goes in our WhatsApp, and we're gonna say hi again. Okay, we're gonna say latest. Okay, these are the latest 5 runs. All right, so we are on track. Everything working out perfectly. And so the last function that I want to do, and remember we're using ChatGPT, so let's work on a function that will do some sentiment analysis on our post. Okay, so basically ChatGPT or OpenAI will do sentiment analysis to a rant, and then it'll give some advice, right? So let's see how this is gonna go. So let's create the function. Where do we create it? Here. Okay, so we're gonna create a function called analyze sentiment, right, in the post. But this is going to have an argument called rant content, because that is going to be our input. So obviously we're going to use the API from OpenAI, So it's messages equal to, we're going to create this list, and we're going to have the first row, okay, row, which is system, right, content. So this helps us to be able to communicate with our AI much better or more perfectly. So we're gonna tell him you are a helpful assistant and advisor. Or should we use assistant? Okay, assistant. Okay, let's just use assistant instead of anything else. So I don't want to rewrite this. I'm gonna copy and I'm gonna paste it, and then we're gonna say user here, right? Content. So we're going to say our f function here, not here. So f function here. So we're going to say analyze the sentiment of the following rant. Okay, so it's going to be rant content, and do what? And offer some advice, and offer some advice, right? Perfect. Yeah, so this one is to be corrected. Advice, no, it's here. All right, so perfect. And what's the next thing? We're gonna work on our response from ChatGPT. So we're gonna say completion, right? In this variable completion, we're going to have, remember we created client object here, right? And then we're gonna have completions create, that makes it easy. All right, so we're gonna use the model GPT 3, right, 0.5, which basically is one of the fastest, cheapest, and most effective model. So, and then on our messages, we're gonna have messages, right? So we're basically sending this. Do I have any problem? Completion. We're gonna have client. Oh yeah, so we left something else here. And I have chart completions create. Yeah, that's why it was just acting weird. All right, so from there we're going to say sentiment result equals to completion dot choices. So we're filtering our results, right, from the response that is coming from ChatGPT or from the GPT model. Then we return the sentiment results. All right, so I think on this one we are well. Right, so we need to add this to our response. So after we've committed in the database, we're gonna have the sentiment analysis, All right, so we're gonna call the analyze sentiment function, and we are on the run content. Remember, the run content is what we got from the incoming message, so we want that, but we need to return that one. So we are going to say that okay, so we have to change this. Your run has been served anonymously. Okay, and here is your sentiment, or is or your sentiment, right? We then take the sentiment analysis. What am I doing here? All right, so perfect. So we can now return the sentiment analysis. So now let's restart our app and test it. All right, and see how far we've gone with this. So here we are. I'm gonna start from the top. Hi. No response. Something is wrong. Rand. My messages are not delivering. All right, so clearly there is a message, there is a problem happening. So let's check what's happening here. So system, perhaps you forgot to put a comma somewhere, needed a comma right here. All right, so let's redo this again and bring back this. Right, okay, it's up and running. Hi, we got our response. Runs. My dog left me for a neighbor. Right. Then I have to wait a bit for the response from the GPT. I think it should be back now. No response sent through. Is there a problem somewhere? No response came through, so let's put this aside and let's see what's happening here. Sentiment analysis, everything is perfect. Let's check on our chatbot. Sorry, let's check on our sentiment analysis method or function. Messages, completion, the choices, everything is perfect. What I hate always when I do development is our logical errors. Logical errors suck because your application will be running, but it will be giving you the worst results. So we tested latest and it was working. And our sentiment analysis, right? On content, we stripped this when we added this to the database. And then we analyzed sentiment, which is the round content. So basically, this is what we have to put in analysis. And then we had this, and then we created our message, and then we sent it through. This one is perfectly fine. All right, let's rerun it again, and let's see what happens. Okay, it's up and running. So I'm gonna copy this again, but I'm gonna start from the top and say hi, right? Working, and then say latest. These are the latest runs. Oh, but it actually saved there. So I'm gonna call it 2, but it did not come here. So it actually saved in the database, but it did not respond. So there are no messages coming from the GPT-3. So actually, no, it's actually coming, but it's not sending. All right. So when it's received in the system, it's not coming through with WhatsApp to WhatsApp, because let's do this. I'm gonna check something here. Okay, in our method here, and let's print. Okay, I'm gonna say print sentiment. Let's see if we're getting any response from this one. So we're gonna refresh, right? And then I'm gonna say, let me just paste this. Want my dog file neighbor, right? Let's wait a bit and see if we're getting any response. All right. Oh, and it actually came through. So yeah, it actually came through. It printed and it came through. Thank you. I've changed to Fibonacci. Your rant has been served anonymously. Your sentiment and some advice. Perfectly well. Communicate with your neighbor. Reach out to your neighbor to negotiate to get your dog back. And I'm gonna remove this, right? I'm gonna remove this and let's test our app. Okay, refresh, and so I'm gonna say hi. Let's start from the top, and then we're gonna say latest, right? Let's see the latest, and then I'm going to say I impregnated 5 girls. What? Or should I say, am I in trouble with the feds? Oh, okay, I didn't put rant. All right, so, okay, I'm gonna say rant and my message. Okay, so while we are waiting for a response, oh, there it is, there is the response. Thank you, Fibonacci. Your rant has been served anonymously. Your sentiment based on what's given is somewhat concerning and possibly reflective of an individual who is seeking reassurance and guidance. And yeah, so yeah, let's see here. They are listing the runs. So I hope you have learned how to use the Flask app with WhatsApp, ChatGPT, having a database. Yeah, so see you in the next lesson. To the user. All right, and they are going to WhatsApp. But for the web interface, I think we should be able, they are not listing. Okay, we're going to work on that, because we should be able to see runs here before, after they are submitted. Let's say meet my friends 8 refresh. Okay, we should be able to list the runs here, right? Because we actually said post from post query. What is missing here? This is our database post, right? Okay, I didn't do something here. So it's supposed to say post equals to post, right? So then we'll be able to see the post on our front end like this. Okay, so these are the posts. So someone can come and read the post. I mean, they don't know who it is. They are anonymously sent. Perfect. So now let's work on our WhatsApp, right? So we're gonna have up.route, right? I'm gonna have to lower this so that I can have some space here. Route, and we're going to call this one WhatsApp, right? WhatsApp. Right. And then on our WhatsApp, we're gonna have the method post. So the methods, this method is very important. Yeah, methods is equals to post. Right, we're done here, and then let's create our function. This is to handle WhatsApp, right? And let's get down with our function. So now it's a post, so we're gonna have an incoming message, right? Okay, so we're gonna have our request.form.get. We just need the body, right? So from the body, that's all we need, and then we have to lower everything we're getting from there. We have to put it in lowercase, and then we're gonna have some object called resp for response, and then we're gonna call our message response from Twilio. And then this is quite interesting. We're gonna have user profile, right? So the user profile is that from the request, right? We're gonna go into the values, and from there we only need the profile name, right? So this will give us the name of the WhatsApp user. We're gonna see it when we're testing. I'm gonna minimize this, and now we start our app. So basically we're saying if someone wants to stay, they can send a rant, okay, to the application. So if rant is in our message, so we're basically going to tell the user to say, maybe rant, start with the word rant, and then you say what you want to say, so that once the message comes in and what this method reads the rant, it knows, okay, this is a rant, I have to put this message in the database or whatever needs to be done. So we're going to say rant in incoming message, right? And then we have to deal with it. Okay, so when we're serving into the database, we want to replace rant. So before we go any further, we're gonna say rant content. Okay, create a new variable called rant content, and then we take the incoming message. We're gonna replace it. So we're gonna replace rant, not to replace the message. We're gonna replace rant with maybe an asterisk. Let's see how it's going to work with an asterisk. Okay, right, and then we use the strip method, right? Okay, so that is done on this one. And then the next thing is we create a new rant again. Okay, so we're going to use this variable to save into the database. So post, as we did before, note, so I'm gonna say content. Okay, we're serving this into the content into the content field in our database. So content, and then we tag the rand content, right? So we're basically serving this into the database. And then we have our DB session, DB dot session. We are adding add new rand, right? And then we have the commit, db dot session dot commit. And then so we have saved the message from the WhatsApp into the database, and then we need to create a message that's going to be sent back to the user. So we're going to use create an object. Sorry, we're going to say msg equals to, remember we have the response object, okay. Then we have our message here. So we're going to say thank you. Okay, so we're gonna use this variable now, user profile, right? Your rand has been served anonymously. So we obviously thank you for putting this f function here. So yeah, so this is it. The next thing we want to do is that we need an else here, okay? Right. We're gonna have the same message. I'm just gonna copy this. It's not the same, but I'm gonna copy it. We're gonna say hello user profile. Welcome to rand. Send a message with rand if you want to rand. All right. And then the last thing is that we want to return, okay, something, okay. So return, remember we have to create a string every time we are returning from, yeah, for a WhatsApp function. So yeah, right. So this is done. All right, I'm gonna cover this gap so we can see our code. Is there anything I'm missing here? A REST message. Good. Message response. Is there anything I'm missing here? So we have a one. Okay, we have to create. Okay, yep. I think it's set now. We needed to put these two parentheses. All right. So perfect. We've done a lot of work. So let's test this. We have tested the web part of it. Now we have to test the web one. Sorry, the WhatsApp one. So the first thing we have to do is to we have to go to the folder for our application, right? And remember, we need to put in, or we have to put in the ngrok. So I'm going to run ngrok here, ngrok http. So the default for port, we know that it's 5000 for Flask, right? We have copied this, copied that. So this one has to be put into all right. So this one has to be put into, we have to go to, right? We have to go to Twilio, Right, so I'm gonna log into Twilio of here. Off the screen, right? I'm gonna log into Twilio off the screen. Quickly do that. All right, now that we are logged in, I've been creating a number of projects, so I think my trial is depleting quite fast. I'm left with $12.24. So already we are on WhatsApp, and we want to add the ng rock, right, to WhatsApp. So I think it's try it out. Is this the one? Yes. All right, so here we are. Now I'm changing this to the new one, right? And then we save. Then we should be ready to use WhatsApp on this one. So let me go to WhatsApp. All right, so I'm gonna minimize this so that we can have more space for our code. So everything seems to be working quite well now. WhatsApp is happening a bit slow, the web WhatsApp. All right. So here we are, and I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna clear this chart. So now we can start interacting. So we're gonna say hi. No response. No response. Did we say anything here? It's supposed to respond like this, right? So let's see what's happening here. Do we have an error? It's saying 404 error. Let's send another hi. Okay, it's saying 404. So let's see what's happening here. So we have WhatsApp, right? This is all we need from this side here, right? And then we go to Twilio. We have WhatsApp, and let's check our ng rock. It's saying not found. Okay, so it's HTTPS. We have WhatsApp here. Why is it saying not found? 7B, 6B, B334. This is exactly the one that we need. Right here, it's okay. And then we have our post method here, and then our WhatsApp. That's it. And then if we say hi, nothing is just happening. Nothing is happening here, and there's no error, because if we say hi, it's just supposed to send this message, right? Let's try something else. Okay, let me say rant, I miss my friends right now. All right, saying not found. 404 error. All right, let me restart this whole thing. I think we need to restart. I think we need to restart this application, right? To reload it. The good thing about Django is it automatically reloads. All right, there it is. There it is. So I'm gonna say run. I miss my friends now. Okay. Yeah. Oh, your rent has been saved anonymously. So yeah. So we're gonna go to the rent DB refresh, and there it is. See, so I miss my friends right now, and we if we check on the browser itself, it's gonna say let's see, we're gonna say 127, right? Then we say 5,000. Okay, so here is the rent. Okay, here is the run. So yeah, basically I think it's going down well. So we have to check into new functions. All right, so we have to move on and check on the new functions. So yeah, right. So what are the functions we can look into now? Maybe we have to allow the user to see the latest post, right? To see maybe the latest five posts. All right. So let's create a function here. And we're going to say get the latest post, right? That's our function. The name of our function. And so we're going to say post, and we're taking this from the database, right? So it's post.query .order by. So we want to order by descent, okay? The latest ones. So it's gonna be post dot. Gonna use the ID for that, right? And then we just want the last 5 posts. So our limit will be 5. And then all from all, okay? So I just need to validate the post. So if a post is sent and it has nothing, it might compromise the database. So we're gonna have this valid post valid post variable, so that we just need to hold the post that have content. Okay, so I'm going to say post dot content, right? For, I guess you know this function. For post in post, right? If post dot content is not none. So basically, if it's an empty field in the database, it's none. There's no content. We can still display it as a none. So let's return. What are we going to return from this function? We're going to return a list of items. Okay. Yeah, so dot join method, we're going to return the valid posts. That's all we need from here. So this one is done here. So now we have to come to this and say if, okay, if the user says latest in incoming message, which means they are requesting to see the latest post. So we're gonna have latest posts, and then we're gonna call our function get the latest post, which is going to give us the latest post. And then msg, this is our response. So I'm just gonna, I have no need to copy and paste anyway. Let me say this is short for response, right? Our message. And within this message, yes, we are returning the latest 5 posts. So these are the latest 5 posts, or 5 runs actually. Okay, yeah. So this is the latest 5 runs. They're gonna be listed here, one on top of the other, and so we're gonna have latest post. Right. So here we are. There's an error somewhere here. We are not supposed to put it here. We're supposed to put this one here, right? And then yeah, it's done. So we always need to rerun our application, and I think let's test and see. Let's test and see how far this goes in our WhatsApp. Let's see how far this goes in our WhatsApp, and we're gonna say hi again. Okay, we're gonna say latest. Okay, these are the latest 5 runs. All right, so we are on track. Everything working out perfectly. And so the last function that I want to do, and remember we're using ChatGPT, so let's work on a function that will do some sentiment analysis on our post. Okay, so basically ChatGPT or OpenAI will do sentiment analysis to a rant, and then it'll give some advice, right? So let's see how this is gonna go. So let's create the function. Where do we create it? Here. Okay, so we're gonna create a function called analyze sentiment, right, in the post. But this is going to have an argument called rant content, because that is going to be our input. So obviously we're gonna use the API from OpenAI. So it's messages equal to, we're gonna create this list, and we're gonna have the first row. Okay, row, which is system, right, content. So this helps us to be able to communicate with our AI much better or more perfectly. So we're gonna tell him you are a helpful assistant and advisor. Or should we use assistant? Okay, assistant. Okay, let's just use assistant instead of anything else. So I don't want to rewrite this. I'm gonna copy and I'm gonna paste it, and then we're gonna say user here, right? Content. So we're going to say our f function here, not here. So f function here. So we're going to say analyze analyze the sentiment of the following rant. Okay, so it's gonna be rant content and do what? And offer some advice and offer some advice. Right, perfect. So this one has to be corrected. Advice, no, it's here. All right, so perfect. And what's the next thing? We're gonna work on our response from ChatGPT. So we're gonna say completion, right? In this variable completion, we're going to have, remember we created client object here, right? And then we're gonna have completions create, that makes it easy. All right, so we're gonna use the model GPT-3, right, 0.5, which basically is one of the fastest, cheapest, and most effective model. So, and then on our messages, we're gonna have messages, right? So we're basically sending this. Do I have any problem? Completion. And we're gonna have client. Oh yeah, so we left something else here. And I have chart completions create. Yeah, that's why it was just acting weird. All right, so from there we're going to say sentiment result equals to completion dot choices. So we're filtering our results, right, from the response that is coming from ChatGPT or from the GPT model. Then we return the sentiment results. All right, so I think on this one we are well. Right, so we need to add this to our response. So after we've committed in the database, we're gonna have the sentiment analysis. All right, so we're gonna call the analyze sentiment function, and we on the rand content. Remember, the rand content is what we got from the incoming message, so we want that, but we need to return that one. So we are going to say that okay, so we have to change this. Your rand has been served anonymously. Okay, and here is your sentiment, or is or your sentiment, right? We then take the sentiment analysis. What am I doing here? All right, so perfect. So we can now return the sentiment analysis. So now let's restart our app and test it. All right, and see how far we've gone with this. So here we are. Gonna start from the top. Hi. No response. Something is wrong. Rand. My messages are not delivering. All right, so clearly there is a message, there is a problem happening. So let's check what's happening here. So system, perhaps you forgot to put a comma somewhere, needed a comma right here. All right, so let's redo this again and bring back this. Right, okay, it's up and running. Hi, we got our response. Runs. My dog left me for a neighbor. Right. Then I have to wait a bit for the response from the GPT. I think it should be back now. No response sent through. Is there a problem somewhere? No response came through, so let's put this aside and let's see what's happening here. Sentiment analysis, everything is perfect. Let's check on our chatbot. Sorry, let's check on our sentiment analysis method or function. Messages, completion, the choices, everything is perfect. What I hate always when I do development is logical errors. Logical errors suck because your application will be running, but it will be giving you the worst results. So we tested latest and it was working. And our sentiment analysis, right? And content, we stripped this when we added this to the database. And then we analyzed sentiment, which is the round content. So basically this is what we have to put in analysis. And then we had this, and then we created our message, and then we sent it through. This one is perfectly fine. All right, let's rerun it again and let's see what happens. Okay, it's up and running. So I'm gonna copy this again, but I'm gonna start from the top and say hi, right? Working, and then say latest. These are the latest runs. Oh, but it actually saved there. So I'm gonna call it 2, but it did not come here. So it actually saved in the database, but it did not respond. So there are no messages coming from the GPT-3. So actually, no, it's actually coming, but it's not sending. All right. So when it's received in the system, it's not coming through with WhatsApp to WhatsApp, because let's do this. I'm gonna check something here. Okay, in our method here, and let's print. Okay, I'm gonna say print sentiment. Let's see if we're getting any response from this one. So we're gonna refresh, right? And then I'm gonna say let me just paste this. Want my dog file neighbor. Right, let's wait a bit and see if we're getting any response. All right. Oh, and it actually came through. So yeah, it actually came through. It printed and it came through. Thank you. I've changed to Fibonacci. Your rant has been served anonymously. Your sentiment and some advice. Perfectly well. Communicate with your neighbor. Reach out to your neighbor to negotiate to get your dog back. And I'm gonna remove this, right? I'm gonna remove this and let's test our app. Okay, refresh and so I'm gonna say hi. Let's start from the top, and then we're gonna say latest, right? Let's see the latest, and then I'm going to say I impregnated 5 girls. What? Or should I say, am I in trouble with the feds? Oh, okay, I didn't put rand. All right, okay, I'm gonna say rand and my message. Okay, so while we are waiting for a response, oh, there it is, there it is, there is the response. Thank you, Fibonacci. Your rant has been served anonymously. Your sentiment based on what's given is somewhat concerning and possibly reflective of an individual who is seeking reassurance and guidance. And yeah, so yeah, let's see here. They are listing the rants. So I hope you have learned how to use the Flask app with WhatsApp, ChatGPT, having a database. Yeah, so see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this video, and this is the last project in our tutorial, and we're going to do an interesting project, which is a wallet. So basically this wallet is whereby the users register on the wallet, and they can send money and do transactions. But the most interesting part is that they get advice from ChatGPT or OpenAI whenever they do their transactions. So this is an interesting project which you can scale, grow, and do more on it in terms of adding AI to everything that is happening there. So let's start. And I have already created my project in, and I call it Wiz Wallet. And so I'm going to delete this stuff. Right, it's not necessary, and I'm gonna put this down way below because our project has over 100 lines of code. Right, so the first thing we have to do is that we have already imported Flask, but we also need to import request, which we use for HTTP request in Flask. And then we want to install Twilio and OpenAI before we go any further. I always forget to do this. So Twilio and OpenAI, right? And so this project is going to have a database that's going to be storing the transactions as well as user registration. So we're going to use a simple database via SQL Alchemy, which makes it easy and fast. So I think I have enlarged. Yes, I've done so. So the next thing we're gonna import is from Twilio. Or it's still reading, so I'm gonna give it just a moment. All right, I'm gonna give it just a moment. All right, I think we are there now. .yml, right? Dot message response. Import the message response class. Right. So yeah. So the first thing we have to do is to make sure that we have the model done, because that's the next thing I wanted to import. So let's have the models .py, and so let's start on our models. So we're gonna import, let me enlarge first. Right, so we're gonna import the UUID. I haven't installed Flask Alchemy as well, so let's also install Flask Alchemy. Flask SQL Alchemy, right? So while it's installing, we're gonna write this Flask underscore SQL Alchemy, import the SQL Alchemy class, right? So that's fine, and then we declare our instance db equals to SQL Alchemy. So we have created our instance that we're going to use. I'm gonna have to minimize this. So the first class or table in our database that we have to create is the user db dot. So it's db dot model, right? And so we want to have ID first. So this ID is generated db dot column. I'm not so sure why it doesn't even suggest on this one. So it's db dot string 36 characters here. Maybe we could have less here. Let's be 24, right? And then that's the primary key. Primary underscore key. The default is lambda. Right, I'll explain this later. Lambda, then we have string. Right, UUID dash dash UUID 4. Right, so there we are. So we just created, I'm going to minimize this so that we can have a better view of everything. So we all know what a lambda is. So it's an unknown function. So that's just a function to create a string of numbers that we're going to use as ID. So this is auto-generated ID that will be in our database. So the next thing we're going to have is the phone number of the user, right? Which is db dot column. So we do have the db.string as well. And here we're going to have 15 characters. And then it has to be unique because we don't want to have two users with the same number. So it's going to be true here. And then it's not nullable because it's required actually, because we really want our users to have this phone number. And then the next thing is the name of the user, right? So I'm going to copy this and paste it here and remove this, right? And then we add more characters, 255. The next thing we want to have is balance, right? Because this is a wallet, so every user must have a balance. So this one is db column, and then it's gonna be db float. So when a user is created, we're gonna have a default is equals to 0.00. So when a user registers, the account is empty. Then we're gonna have transactions because we do want our users to record the transactions that will be happening. So it's db.relationship, right? And gonna add the name transaction or the word transaction. That is actually the model, right? And then back reference or ref, it's gonna be user, right? Lazy equals to true, right? So our user table is now done. I think we have to add something special here. So it's def and then we're gonna say return here f function, and then we're gonna have user self dot no, and I have user self dot name inside here. Then we close this. Right, so our user is done. So I'm going to create more space here. Our user table is done. So the next table we want to do or we want to have is the transaction. So where our transactions will be served. So that's db.model, db.model, right? Right. So I'm going to copy the ID column from here, right? So that we don't have to be repeating a lot of stuff unnecessarily. And we're going to have the user ID, which will be taken from, I'm going to say first here, right? So it's going to be db column string 24. It's not a primary key, right? It's not a primary key, it's a foreign key. So it's db foreign key, right? And then we're gonna say user ID, and then the last thing we're gonna have is nullable false. So, right. So the next thing we're gonna have is sender ID. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it underneath. I think we saved a couple of seconds there. And we're gonna have the receiver ID as well. So I'm gonna have to edit this to sender ID, and then this one is gonna be receiver ID. right? We're done there. And the next thing is the amount. So the amount is going to be a dB float, just like here. Right, so I'm going to copy and paste this, but we're going to have nullable false. So it's nullable equals to false. And then we're going to have a timestamp. Timestamp is very, very important for transactions. We want to know when and what time did the transaction run, right? db dot date time, right? And then the default is always the current time, the time at which the transaction runs. So it's db dot func dot current underscore timestamp, right? So right there, we have this as well, this little function here, and then it's gonna have an ID here, right? And it's gonna be transaction here. So done. Our model is now complete, and it's now ready. So the next thing we are going to do is that now we have to connect our model. So from models, inputs, db, which is the instance, user table, and transactions table, right? Our app is ready, the instance for the app is ready. So the next thing is to connect to the Alchemy database. So it's config. So we're gonna have this SQL Alchemy underscore database underscore URI, right? And then we're going to say SQL Lite database, which is, we know it's not good for production, up.db. So, but very easy when you are developing. Okay, so db, we're gonna have init up, where we're gonna initiate our database connection. So with here up dot app context, so we'll be ready to initialize our database, right? From models input db and underscore db. So underscore db dot create all. So be ready to initiate our database there. Right. So before we go any further, let's work on our database to create our database. So I'm going to create a file called initializer or init. I'm just going to call it init.py, right? And then in the initializer, we're going to have from Flask SQL Alchemy import. So this project is going to have a lot of files, because I'm not going to be mixing these functions. So this is ready. So let's see if we run in it. Right. Okay, seems perfectly fine. Let's initiate our database. Class user SQL Alchemy, not a model. What's happening here? Models line 6. what else is the problem here? So user ID, foreign key, it's supposed to be user dot ID, not underscore ID. I guess that's where the problem is. Perfect, fine. So let's reload our database. Transactions are there. Perfect. Everything is now okay. So what did I'm gonna I'm gonna close this. We don't need it anymore. The modules, we are done with them. I'm gonna minimize this. The database will be constantly checking on it, right? And we will be working mostly on this app, right? So let's we have done the SQL alchemy. So now we are going to start the main application. So at app dot route, we're gonna have, I just don't want to put to append anything ahead of this forward slash. So basically this is going to be like once you dial that that address, then it's going to pick up like this. No need to put anything. So I'm going to say methods is equals to post, right? Post, and then def, we're going to say incoming message. That's the name of our function, right? It will be receiving the incoming message, and then from there we're going to have the instance for our message response, and this is critically for Twilio. So I always make sure that I have done these declarations before anything else is done. So I'm gonna, always use the same thing, rest dot message, all right? And then we're gonna have responded equals to false. So there's a checks and balance we put in to see whether our message has gone or not, right? And so now we're going to create a variable that holds the message, right? So we're going to say incoming, but I'll be calling this one MSG. So when the post comes in, we are holding the request, right? We're going to say request that values dot get, right? So from the request, we'll just want the body, right? And then we will always keep the text lower because we're going to be trying to read the input. I guess you have seen this in the previous chat projects, the chatbots that we've been creating, how important this is. So now we're going to have the sender number. So this is the number coming with the request, right? I'm just going to copy this and paste it, right? But here we're going to say from, so we get the number where it is coming from, and then we don't need that. And then the next thing we want is the profile name. So this is the name that we get from WhatsApp. So you know that you register, you put a name on your WhatsApp, so we are able to get that name as well, right? We'll be using it to say hello, whatever the name is. And then so these are just the key things that we need for our application to work. So we're going to say from user. I think I had stopped importing stuff here, so we're going to have user and we're going to have transactions, right? So user dot query dot filter. So filter user by what? By the phone number, right? Because we are going to be using the database a lot. So this one is equals to send a number, right? And I'm gonna say dot first. So, right. And when we are here on the send number, we want to make sure that we are getting. Uh, you remember when I said that it always comes like this from the request with +1 and then every other number. So we want to separate that so that we can only get the number itself. So always do a split here at the colon part, and then we pick the second item. Right. So, oh, I don't have to put that dot. Second item. So we are done there. So the first thing we want to do is to make sure that we register our user, or check if our user is registered. So if incoming message is equals to register, so they can only just say register and then they get registered. But if we also have to check, so if not user, which means if they're not registered, then we'll get the name from the profile name, because we need to have their name in the database. And then we're going to say new user variable to hold the user phone number, right? We're going to say phone number and this one, which is equals to send the number, and the next thing we want to have name, right? Which is equals to the name there. So these are some database columns that we need to fill in. So we open a session, db.session .add, right? We're going to add this information, new user that we just declared on top, and then db.session session.commit, right? And then so we're going to send should we say a response or a result? Let's just call it a result for now. So we're going to say registration successful, registration successful, right? So I'm going to say welcome new user. So we have to put this in curly brackets since it's a variable. New user dot, we're going to pick the name, right? So then else, which means if they are registered, then we're just going to send a response, which is basically a result. Okay, and we're going to say f function, you are already registered, right? So we tell the user you're already registered, you don't need to register, they can proceed with other functions, right? So let's close on that one so that we're able to test it. So how do we close this one? So we're gonna have the if not responded, right? Then we're gonna have the msg dot body, right? And go and say please send register, right, to register in the chatbot. And I'm going to say send balance, right, because this is our next function to check your wallet balance. Right, so I'm gonna have to bring this down. So all right, I could just put it back anyway. We still have enough space. Right, so now we have done that, and then the last thing we want to do is a return function, right, with a string pairing the response object. Right, I think we are done here. This one is fine. So I think we can test our app right now. So I'm gonna run it, and then after running it, I think we can have ngrock in there. Right, ngrock is in there. What's happening here? I have added ngrock there, so we're gonna run our ngrock and say ngrock http 5000, the default ports. So I'm gonna keep this here because we want to see the request being made, and then that's it. And then I'm gonna enlarge this, right? And then so I will copy this address, then we have to paste it in our Twilio. Right, and we go to settings. So remember, there is nothing ahead of this. I'm just going to put this because there's no word for it. So we should be ready to test our app now. So we're going to say hi. Okay, so we are getting a response. Please send register to register. I have to correct this on the chatbot, and send balance to check your wallet balance. So yeah, I have to say register here. Right, so our thing is going on well. So far we are getting there, so we're gonna keep it running. So the next thing that we have to do now is that we have managed to do this. So let's check in our database if there's any thing that is happening there. All right, so let's actually try to register a user there. All right, so it says register, right? Okay, please send register. Okay, that's the current response. All right, perfect. So Fibonacci is registered, balance 0, no transactions as yet. So perfect, it's going down very well. So you are, let's try to register again and say register. So yeah, so it should respond and say you're already registered. So please send your, so we are supposed to say if not responded, so we are supposed to make our response here, right? So remember, it's msg dot body, right? And then we carry results in here. So we're gonna say responded equals to true, right? So let's just try to rerun that, and let's check what's gonna happen here, right? And say hi, we get the same message, right? But if we say register, right, you are already registered, so everything is working perfectly fine. So let's move on with our application. So now what we want to do is that we have finished on the registration, and the next thing is checking the balance. So we want our users to be able to check the balance. So we're going to say elif, let's leave some space here and say elif incoming message is equals to balance. So all they need to do is just to say balance, and then they get a response. with a balance, right? So we're gonna go back up there, and then we're gonna say if user dot the phone number of the user, right? Phone number. So I need to check something up here. All right, so we already have a user here, right? So I'm gonna say if user phone number, which means if the user's phone number is already there, then we're gonna give a response already and say a function your balance is, so we're gonna have a dollar sign, right? And say user dot balance, right? So this is coming straight from the database, and then we're going to close that one and say if user else, then we say you are not registered. So if the user is not registered and they ask for balance, they're going to get that that response, right? You're not registered, please send register. Right. Okay, so this is the response they get if they are not registered, right? So from there we're going to say else. We're going to say else response, right, equals to a function. I'm going to say hello. So I don't think this is necessary after all. No, let's see. This is Wiz wallet, right? Type register to get registered on the chatbot, right? Perfect. So yeah, so you're just gonna use the same message here as well. All right, and let's take it down here a bit. So perfect. So the next thing is that we're gonna make sure our response is delivered to the user. So we're gonna have a response there. Right, so I'm already registered. So we can see this is already done. So that's for the balance. So I'm gonna rerun this Flask app and check the balance actually. So we can actually check the balance and say balance. All right, your balance is 0, so the balance is empty. Yeah, I think we can add in some balance for this user. So let's just make sure we add in some balance. All right, so for us to add in some balance, we can say flask shell, right? Flask shell. So from models, import db and user, right? Perfect. So I'm going to say user phone. So the user's phone is +2 769 33 23 315. So that's the user form. So we're going to say user equals to, now we have to select the user from the database, user dot query dot filter. So we're going to filter using the phone number, filter underscore by, we're going to say user phone. Actually, we start by the variable in the database, or the name of the column in the database, or the row in the database. So I'm going to say phone number, I'm going to say user phone, right? And the next thing, all right, so I'm going to say user phone dot first, right? There you are. Done. Ready? So we're just going to say user dot balance, right? And we're going to add 1000. Well, let's just add them 5000, right? And then we're going to say db dot session dot commit. So we're going to save that. Right, perfect. Let's check in our balance. Where are the users? There's the user. Refresh. Yes, so our user now has $5,000 in their balance account. So let's continue with our business and see how far we can go. So if incoming user, so yeah, we have to take a break now and come back. And when we're coming back to the second part of this project, we are going to be working on sending money. Right, so we want the user to be able to send money and receive money. So see you in the next lesson. Hi everybody, welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we are creating a new project called Story Game. So Story Game is obviously we're working on AI projects whereby a user will send a message from WhatsApp, right? And it goes to the Flask application. So we have our Flask application here, and then it goes to chat or to OpenAI. Let's just say OpenAI here, right? So we're using the GPT-3 model. So what's happening is that this is a story game whereby you tell a story between you and AI. So the user might just say a few words, and then OpenAI or the model will say other words, and they have to build a story together in that game. So the conversation will be continuing as they build the story together. Obviously, in between, we will have our Twilio, right? And then we'll have our ng rock. And then we are going to have an SQL Alchemy database, right? A DB here. So the DB will be keeping the conversations to keep everything going. It will have about 2 tables, right? So that will help to maintain the conversation between both users, and users are able to register with their phone number. And once they register with their phone number and they are recorded, they have a storage within the database and they can maintain that. So let's get our hands dirty now. I have already set up my project in PyCharm, and we're ready to go. So the first thing that we have to do, and before you go any further, make sure you have the technologies that we always need, which is the package OpenAI package, and I think that's the most important one so far. SQL Alchemy, you have to install that package as well. So let's get started. From Flask, import the Flask package. We're also going to do the request, which we use in the Flask web application to make HTTP request, and then JSONify. We're going to be using this for some return function. And then obviously we do need from OpenAI import OpenAI. So it's showing red because it's not yet installed. So I'm going to install that package. So install package OpenAI. So in the meantime, let's work on our database as well. So we're going to create another file which we're going to call models.py, right? And in our model.py, let me just enlarge this. We need to install our SQL Alchemy as well. So all right, now it's because I used a different environment which doesn't have the packages. So I'm going to say pip install flask-SQL Alchemy. This should do it. SQL Alchemy, right? So this one, OpenAI has successfully installed. All right. So while SQL Alchemy is installing, so let's continue with our database. So from all right, let me just make sure it finishes indexing. Should be ready by now from Flask. Yes, SQL Alchemy, import the SQL Alchemy class. And then we're going to create an instance here from the SQL Alchemy class, right? And then let's move on to create our tables. So we're gonna have user, then this is DB model. So in our, we just need the ID of the user. So we're going to have db dot column. So we're gonna have it's an integer, so we're gonna use integer, and then this is going to be our primary key, right, which is true, right? And then phone number, we also need to set the phone number of the user when they register, and also through the conversations. So we're gonna have db dot column. So this one will be a string, db dot string can only allow about 15 items. It has to be unique to avoid users using the same thing, 2 or more users using the same number. We're gonna say nullable false. We definitely need that, right? So this one is done, and then the last thing is the status, right? The registration status. So we're gonna say db dot column. So this one is a db dot boolean, right? Yes or no, true, false. Gonna have the default as false unless registered, and then it's not nullable, right? So this table is done. The next table we want to work on is the conversation table. So db dot model, and ID equals to db dot column. Yeah, and this has to be db integer. Then primary key, which is actually true. So this is going to be our primary key. And so user ID. So we want to keep a relationship between the two models, so that we know whose conversation it is. So I'm gonna have db dot column, db dot integer, right? Then db dot foreign, it's a foreign key, right? So I'm gonna use user dash ID, and is it nullable equals to false, right? And then we're gonna keep the sender's number. Sender equals to db. Let's try to copy and paste this, right? I think this is the same thing, right? And then we're gonna have what? This is the message, right? So this will be the message will be kept db column db text. So this will be text, and then it's not unique but nullable false. So our two tables are ready, right? Our two tables are ready for the database. And then let's move on to our main application. So now we're going to import our models now. Conversation and user. Those are our two tables so far, right? So everything necessary has been also need this, right? So everything necessary has been imported. So now we need to create our application. So let's create our web application. Then this is the name, right? Done there. So the next thing is API keys. Okay, so I'm gonna copy and paste. These API keys are from OpenAI, right? I'm gonna minimize that part, and then we're going to create an instance of the OpenAI class, right? And then we're gonna use the API key with argument, which will take the API key on top. Let's just kill this space here. Now we need to have access to our database, right? So we'll configure access to the database. So it's an SQL Alchemy database URI, right? And then it's equals to SQLite 3 app.db. So this is going to be our access to the database, and so we then wrap it up in that db, right? So the next thing, we're still declaring our stuff. So the next thing is our Twilio number. We do need because we'll be using the Twilio phone number, so we need to have our Twilio phone number ready. I'm gonna copy and paste that one as well. And then the last thing we want to make sure is that our database tables are created. So I'm gonna say up context, right? db dot create all, right? So everything is complete on that side. So now we have to start working on the main application, right? So let's create our route up, route. This time we're using webhook, right, for a change. And then the methods is always post in caps, right? So now that we have done that, let's move on to create the function depth webhook, right? And then now we want to capture the data that we have received. So we're going to call it in a data variable and say request dot form, right? So this is going to be a bit different, not much. Let me minimize this as well to create more space. Right, so now that we have done that, we have captured the input information or whatever information that we have received via the post, which is coming into the application. Let's break it down and extract the information that we need. So we're gonna have data here. What we need is where is the message coming from and the message itself. So basically who sent the message and what is carried in the message. So now, because we now have a database and we want to make sure that the user is registered, if not registered, then they should be registered. So we're going to have user here equals to user dot query, right? So we want to filter by phone, right? Do we have phone number here? Yeah, we do. So we want to filter by phone number. Then, so this is from the sender, right? Right. Dot first. So if not user, right, we're gonna add the user to the database. So user equals to phone number equals to sender, right? And db dot session, oh no, db dot session. So we're creating our session so that we're able to add the user to the database. So we're now adding the user to the database, and then db dot session dot commit. Right, so we have added the user to the database if the user was not in the database, and then the next thing is to add the conversation as well to the database. All right, so we have to know the user ID equals to user ID, and then sender is the user, right? And then we have our message, which is basically from the message variable. So user, the sender is the user here. We already have the user variable to capture the information, and then the user dot ID as well. So this one will help us to know who the user is, their phone number, and the message that they are sending, right? So now the next thing is that we have to work on our response. So remember, we are saying the user will send in some information, or not information, or just a conversation with the chatbot. They're having a story game. So the user will say something, and then the chatbot will continue with the story, and they're all adding up to that same story. So we now need to have a function called generate OpenAI response. So I always have functions and variable that really speak to what I'm doing, so that it's easier for the next person to understand what is happening. So let me just put a pause here. So the next thing we have to do now is that before we go any further, let's create that function, right? Let's create this function, right? So I'm going to do some copy and paste, right? And this is going to receive a conversation. That's the input we're going to have here. So the first thing we want to do is to extract from history, because we are building from history. So we're going to have user messages, and then we have to extract from the database dot query actually, and then we have to filter by the user ID, okay, dot ID, and then the next one should be the sender as well, right? Sender actually, the sender is actually the user, right? Dot all, right? So we're able to extract that, and then the next thing is the chatbot messages. Okay, so the chatbots also conversation will also be served, right? So I'm just gonna copy that and paste it, and then edit it to save some time. So what just need to change here is chatbot, right? So that part is complete. So we're gonna have user message text, right? Like this, dot join. We're gonna have an entry, no, like this, an entry, all right, dot message. I'm gonna explain when I finish typing this in. For entry in user messages, right? So just gonna copy and paste this. So here we're gonna have chatbot. So entry.message for entry in chatbot messages, right? Chatbot messages. All right, so here I said chat messages, that's why it has a problem here. So chatbot messages, right? So let me explain what is happening here. All right, so what is happening here is that these are list comprehensions from Python. We know them, and they help us in conversation. So we're basically iterating through the conversations and then creating list of conversations on each. So if you say that's what is basically happening, and then the joining part of it is just to join the conversation into a list, but with some space in between. So it will be hello, how are you? So you can actually see it more like a conversation, right? Right, so the next thing is that we have to create a prompt. Then we're gonna call this F. We're gonna have user, right? Right, so we're creating a conversation here, and then we're gonna have user messages, right? And then we're gonna have chatbot as well. Chatbot as well. having its own conversation. So we are combining these to create one prompt. So this is supposed to be user message text, right? Because we want to use this variable here. So we have created this into a prompt that we're going to send to OpenAI. So we're going to say completions here, or completion equals to, we have already created a client for OpenAI. So it's client.chat.completions dot create, right? So now we have to create the roles, but I'm going to copy and paste this from the OpenAI website, right? So we're going to create, we have our role here, right? So what we're basically going to do here is we're trying to tell the model what this is, what it's supposed to do, giving it some instructions or some prompts on how it is supposed to work. So we're going to tell you are a story game teller. You tell. All right, so let's just finish it like that, and then we're gonna have the main instruction, right, which is usually user here. I'm not too sure if I made a mistake somewhere. So this is role system content. So we say F you're a funny, actually should be a funny storyteller. Oh, it's not supposed to be brackets. It's not supposed to be these other brackets. It's actually square brackets. Yeah, that's why it was highlighting here. So we have user content. So what are you supposed to do? You and the user will be creating a story together, right? In there. Oh, what did I do here? I made a mistake here. All right, so we're supposed to close here and put a comma, right? So I was supposed to say in your conversation. So you continue interpreting from what the user says in. So now we have our prompt, right? Then we add our prompt here, right? So our prompt is here, and then we close, right? And then we close. So the last thing we're gonna do now is we made some mistakes here. So it's actually create. The first thing we had to do was to put in the model, which is GPT 3.5 table, right? And then we would say messages like this, right? Perfect. And then we close Yes. So now this is how it's supposed to look. So now we're gonna return completion dot choices, right? Dot message dot content, right? So now we have this done here, right? Clean the response. So now we have to save the response to the database. So we're gonna have chatbots response equals to conversation, right? User ID equals to user.id, right? And then sender equals to chatbot, right? So this is a response from the chatbot, and then we have the message, which is equals to the response, right? And so now we open our DB session, db.session.add chatbot response, right? db.session.commit. So now the user's conversation and the chatbot's conversation will both be saved in the database, right? So the next thing now is that we want to enable this application to then send, after saving in the database, a response should be sent to WhatsApp. So we're gonna have send WhatsApp message. So this is a response to the user, right? So we're gonna move on to do that now. So let's say pass here, and yep. So we're gonna carry this and go down here to say def, right? So this is for Twilio, right? So this is the last part of the whole thing. So we're gonna have we should have this on top anyway. We cannot be putting it down there from Twilio. .rest, I guess I didn't install this one. Import client, so we need to install Twilio, right? So this client is supposed to be kept. We need the client class from Twilio, right? So that it doesn't clash with this one. So let's give it a few minutes while it's installing. So while Twilio is installing, we're gonna have account. We need the account SID and the token from Twilio, which you probably get. You probably get from here. So here, so there they are, the auth token and SID. So I'm going to copy and paste these ones and add them to my application, right? So we're gonna have them here, and then we move on. So never mind about my token. I'm gonna rework on it. So then the next thing is to have the Twilio phone number. So Twilio has a phone number that it gives you. So this is a demo So we can always use the demo phone number from Twilio, especially for WhatsApp. So you can find it under WhatsApp. I don't know why Twilio is so slow when it comes to loading. I think they really need to work on that. So this is the number that we use, right? And I actually have to register with this, but my number is already registered. So I'm gonna put the number here. Let me put it in quotes. Right. So we now have everything set out. All right. We now have everything set out. So the first thing we want to do is to say try, because we're going to try to send a message, and then we have our client, which is equals to the client for this one is the client for Twilio, right? And obviously, if you're going to do corporate applications or something that has to have to be production level, you don't have to use two clients in the same application. So we're going to have the account SID and the token, right? So now, because our messages are always bigger, so when OpenAI or when GPT 3.5 makes a response, the response can be too big, and the limit for messages with Twilio is actually 1600 characters. So we have to split the message in case it becomes too big. So we have to have this message chunks, right? So we're gonna use this method to do it, right? We're gonna have message I for I plus 1600 characters, right? I have to put some space there, right? And then for I in range, right? From 0 to the length of message, right? Then 1600. So where is message here? Message is missing somewhere. All right, so here instead of response, we're gonna have message. That's our input. That's why it's underlining there. So now we are done with this part. So we're gonna say for chunk in message chunk. So we're doing a for loop, and then we have our message. Now we are using the Twilio API to send the message. Okay, dot create. So we're gonna have the body first, items. So the body is always the chunk, right? Chunk. I don't know why I'm calling it chunk. Chunk, right? Chunk, body chunk. With for chunk in message chunks, right? I don't know why I was saying it chunk. So anyways, let's continue. And then the next thing is from so from WhatsApp. So this is always prepended every message. So we're gonna concatenate this, and we're gonna put in our Twilio phone number, right? That one is done. And then the last thing is to, so we're sending this to a user. So we're gonna have WhatsApp again, right? And then we're gonna concatenate that. So it's recipient. Is the variable that is carrying the number. recipient. So that's the input here. So instead of sender, we're going to have recipient here, right? So recipient. So remember the mess from our previous project that when a number is extracted from a message, so from here we are saying sender from. Remember the message, the number when it's extracted, it comes as what's up, right, like this, and then you have your number right here. So we have to separate it or split it, otherwise we'll have an error. So we're gonna say dot split, right? We'll split in the column, and then obviously there are two items. We need to get the second one, which is the number. So basically this is it. What else is here? So we have our try. We have to finish on our try to handle the exception. To handle any exceptions if they arise, right? Yeah, this is so we're gonna print error sending message, right? STRE, right? We're gonna put a string, right? So we have to put an F function here. So this function here, the sending message is done, right? Is done. So underneath here, before we run our application, we always need to do this, right? What I always forget and remove it when I clean up, because I want to always start on a clean page without any default items there. So it's up dot run debug equals to true, right? So this part is done. So now we have to complete our application, because we have sent our message to the user, and then we can then return a JSON. So JSONify, we have something from JSON, the status. We'll deal with it however we want, right? And then it should give us success, right? So basically the application is done. I'm going to minimize it, right? So this is the whole application. Now we have to test our application, right? We have to test our application and see how it goes. Oh, so because of I had enlarged my code so I wanted to go down to the next line before it gets here, but anyways, it still looks perfect and smart. So now we're ready to test our application and see how it goes. So let's run it. Run Flask. So always have this, and obviously the next thing, attempted to import a package. So this is our application running now. It's ready and it's running. So the next thing we want to do is to make sure that we have ngrok. So I'm gonna the ngrok is already there, so let's run ngrok, right? http 5000. So that's the default port for Flask. So we're gonna do this now. Let's go to our Twilio where we're going to put in this. So remember we said it's webhook and there is no / in Flask unless it's Django, right? And so my trial is now $10.29. So all right, while it's loading, we're gonna test our application, right? So while it's running, we are going to test our application now. So let me make sure that we see what is happening here. And then we have our application. And I usually want to have the ng-rock somewhere so that we can see whether our requests are sending through or not. So, well, minimized, right? So we can see what's happening, right? So I'm going to say hi here. Right. Okay, message responded. Yes, how can I help you today? Let's have a story game. Sure, I'll be happy. How about we take turns adding one sentence at a time to create a story? Yes, I will start. Right? Once upon a time, hidden in the enchanted forest, and there was a greedy fox. If the young prince called, and Jasper discovered a wounded unicorn with a golden horn and wanted to kill it. Wow. The chatbot replied concern the unit Jasper, blah 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 blah. That's the whole story, man. That's the whole story. But I think we need to check on something. So that's how the chatbot will be going, and we need to check on something, especially on the message send. All right, so let's restart this whole thing again. So I'm gonna say hi again. In peace and harmony, and every year they would gather in the enchanted the end. So the story just ended. So let's have another story game, right? He was far, wide, and humorous, and he loved aliens. One day, he dreamed about aliens coming to his village. He warned everyone and nobody listened. Right. Oh, that's the wrong spelling for listened there. I hope Captain Squabbles was looking around for adventure, but he was a soft-handed hearted man making people laugh. Ha 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 ha. So this is really funny, because I told him you are a funny storyteller, so you can change to anything and and see what's going to happen there. So you and the user will be creating a story together in a conversation. So you continue interpreting from what the user says in prompt. Maybe to say to make the same story. Yep. So yeah, if you change the prompt, usually the model will always respond differently. And loved his wife. Okay, let's see this. He lived in mid. Yeah. So what's happening is that right now now the story is built on what I have sent. So once I send something, it'll build a story around that. Yeah, so that's quite interesting from GPT models there. It's not a perfect app, but it shows how you can relate and build AI driven applications as chatbots and WhatsApp, what people can do. And I hope in part two of these chatbots we're gonna be doing with Telegram. We're gonna be dealing with Messenger and yeah, any other applications, custom applications. It's gonna be interesting. So this was it. I hope you did learn something. Thank you for coming through to this lesson.